You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Not getting any volume. You guys hearing me?
Keep me as the apple of thine eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wing. O Lord, my Savior. It's so hard to deal with personal struggle. So sad when you feel alone in your trouble. It's real hard when you want to talk to a brother. It's so bad because of how some look at you after. So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover my head. Satan want me dead. Cover my back from human attack. So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. People see you smile, but don't know the hurt that you're feeling. Even as God's child, at times your heart does be bleeding. Where can you go when you're really looking for healing? Who know how to flow when your soul needs some restoring? So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover me home from evils unknown. Cover my feet so I'll never retreat. Oh Lord, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover my brother, cover my sister, them who under pressure. Cover the preacher, every church worker, the young believer. Cover the worship leader and intercessor, every gospel minister. Cover. Jesus alone is the one who has the real answer. The one on the throne is the true and loving Father. He will hold your hand and keep you from going under. He will make you stand and let you know he's a fixer. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover my mind. You know the struggle sometimes. Cover my mouth, that the wrong thing wouldn't come out. Oh Lord, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover the Christian in the midst of aggression with the power of your right hand. Jesus, cover them helpless children. Jesus, defend them. Send help from heaven. Jesus, cover all them radio stations that blessing the nation. Grant divine protection. Jesus, cover me.
Yes, 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 yes. I don't do it like Anselm. I do it in my own style. This is Diana Benskin coming to you from WZYE. You're listening to WZYE in the Village, 95.9 FM, broadcasting from Maplewood, New Jersey. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's WZYE 95.9 FM. And tonight in the Village, we have a renowned activist and journalist, Miss Marcia Braveboy, along with the Phantom, and Mr. Nesbitt will be joining us shortly. But before we do that, we have to do some superlatives with the villagers. I understand that one of our regulars is celebrating his birthday today. That is Fish Ticket. Fishy, how old are you? You're a teenager? And I can't tell from my end here who was in the village first, but looking at what I have available to me, it looks as though Nadia made it in the village first. Another woman again, another woman again. So we're looking forward tonight to an exciting episode of In the Village with the Dag Triplets, D for Diana, call me the Storm, but I'm also a poet and a global ambassador. We have Phantom Gary and also Tommy Nesbitt, a commissioner out of Newark, New Jersey. So without further ado, I'd like to bring in our first, she's going to be guest co-hosting with us tonight. Miss Braveboy, how are you doing? Looking
as good as can be.
Looking splendiferous. I say you're looking splendiferous, marvelous, stupendous, all the us's that Anselm would bring here. And let me bring in Mr. Phantom. How do I bring you in? Mr.
Good evening, family, and it's good to be back with you. And
good night, Gary, and good night to our wonderful audience.
Brave boy.
And last but not least, we have our favorite commissioner out of Newark, New Jersey, Mr. Tommy E. Marshall Nesbitt. How are you doing, sir?
Very good, thank you, and a good evening to each and everyone. Good evening, Miss Braveboy. Welcome to the village.
Thank you.
It's always a
great
pleasure.
to be here. Great to be here on WZYE FM, 95.9 FM.
I believe this is her second time coming in. She was a guest before, but tonight she's going to be co-hosting, taking the reins a little. Anselm has to, I think Anselm, the phone get turned off, so, you know.
Thanks for the confidence. Haven't done this in quite a while.
We had to run things a little bit.
It's
here.
like riding a bike, man.
Yeah. Right. So, and I welcome, somebody in the village to banter and, a different perspective. Another female, always welcome,
Ashley.
All love. So what's going on? What's happening? What's new in the village? What's going on in the village? Nadia, let me do something here. Good night. Were you first, Nadia? How we got to call her name, Tommy?
Nadia.
All right, Nadia. I don't do that so good, eh?
Second, third, fourth year, so almost for the first 10 was Nadia.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Is that the fig man, Dave Rambaran, or is that the guy that won the letter suit? I gave my men mixed up in the village.
I don't keep track of your men.
Somebody want Ulrich to make a letter suit, and I'm supposed to get a whip. So I don't know if it's he. John Jadubert, Ulrich's friend from Trumakak, is in the house.
Right? Hello.
Rajvi, what happened, boy? I feel for something. What you have for me? All the way here. How you can get it to me? Highly. What tax? Yeah, you got Anselm with down pack. Miss Sharon Bernard.
Bernard, right?
You're in. And my favorite. All you don't get jealous, eh? There's my favorite girl in the world, Lana. Lana, oi, what going on, girl? Tuna punanyan, the page women. And they have a fella in the village here. Gary Mahabir, welcome. Okay. Gary, that's you. Oh, sorry. I gotta go and take a pill, so I'll know what's going on. Anyway, so you guys, it's Miss. When will the other young lady be joining us, Gary?
8 o'clock. Marsha will come in at 8. Yes.
At 8 o'clock. Okay, I will pay attention.
So we're turning the range over to Miss Braveboy here, our experienced journalist. Tell us what's going on in TNT.
Yes, and defend her perspective on. I noted something. She said that PDP will not win any election. I want she to defend that statement. So,
yeah, I believe I said they would not win any seats, and so to PEP and so to NTA. Yeah, I said that. But we've had a very rough week, as you know, and rough few weeks in Trinidad and Tobago. We have seen to crime. We have lost several of our women in domestic issues, and we have seen to reckless and dangerous parenting. We have lost some of our children to the water, either drowning in a tub, in a river, in any little space that have some little water. The child drowned.
Marcia.
Yeah.
Hello, Marcia.
Yeah.
Would it be safe to say that we have lost our way?
I mean, I suppose that is subjective. I don't, as a country, I mean, collectively, I don't know. I would say that it's difficult to trace back our steps. You know, so many.
So tell me, if we can't trace our steps, then where are we going?
You know, we have been a world that has decided that there is nothing wrong, right? We have been a world like that has decided that there's nothing wrong with anything until we, and I don't mean to offend some people, but we've seen our world approve openly gay marriage, which I am not anti-gay, but I always felt that is a private issue. And we've seen that led to pedophiles wanting to have their rights. We've seen that come into a few elites globally, have us walking around like bandits with masks on our faces. We just accept everything until it just reaches a place where we fighting back, and keep hitting our heads against a wall. You know, and the thing has a rippling effect in every sphere of our lives, in our homes, and in every way that we just cannot explain. You know, the whole thing is just out of control all over, because we have accepted too many things that, you know, in my mind seems not normal as normal. We have normalized too many things.
We were fighting against the vax. I don't want to call the word. Now an issue has unveiled itself in the Supreme Court in the United States. They leaked information regarding Roe v. Wade. So now they're up in arms about that. So it just seems as though it's always something we have to be fighting against. And I personally feel it's my body, my choice. Why the Supreme Court got to tell me what I got to do with my body? I mean, come on, you know. So, what say you?
Well, I say the government have no business in certain places.
That's right.
All right. And you know, while we are hurting to see certain things happen, you know, I think there's limitation. There has to be some kind of restriction of where we go.
Yeah, but what they're saying like 26 states wants to go along with this you know, ban on, you know, abortion. But the government have no right in my womb. You know, hey, where's the way you had to take the juice. Now we have to fight for the government to take their hand out of my womb. What else are we going to be fighting for again after? Now the little ones supposed to be getting the juice. Yeah, you got to fight for them too. And you see the cases are rising again. What's causing that?
Yeah, we you know, there's some of us who believe that every child deserves a chance to life, but in cases of rape, those are difficult decisions, and the government getting involved in matters like these, I am kind of indifferent about it. I'm neither here nor there on it. I probably would weigh more on the side of them staying out of it. If a woman goes to a doctor, what she chooses to do, she chooses to do. So you see, if they could have gotten involved in a matter such as this, then we could reach a place where we are proving gay marriages openly. We reach a place beyond that where pedophiles are fighting for their rights to have sex with children. And then we have gone to another place where a few global elites have us walking around with masks on our faces because we have agreed to too many things and want to conclude that it is people's right to do this and to do that and all of that. So I don't know. We are spinning top in mud here now, and we have brought ourselves here by the things that we have agreed to and the things that we have approved in our world.
Okay.
I think our silence gives more room to the oppression. So I think we need to take a stand.
And we see in Trinidad and Tobago leads us up now to this big scandal, lack of a better word, surrounding the Children's Authority. And I saw the Honorable Prime Minister had a press conference, a buffing session. Did he buff anybody that day? Huh?
Well, he has toned down. I noticed people are talking to him about that, and he has toned down quite a lot.
I wonder if Anselm sent him a text, boy. Anselm must have sent him a text, but we'll find out.
But yeah, he has toned down quite a lot. He gets a little aggressive when issue of corruption is exposed in the government, and it seems he has to come close to firing a minister. Out of just 22 seats, he doesn't want to do that. So he gets a little edgy where that is concerned. But I find personally that he has toned down quite a lot, and long before talk of him wanting to call a snap election, which is circulating, which I don't know that he will do. I really don't know. But he has toned down a lot. I won't call it a buffing session anymore because he has toned down a great deal. It's to watch to see if he's going to keep it because he tried it before. He has tried to tone down before and then he gets aggressive again. So
I feel he toning down because locals are around the corner. So yeah, he's toning. He's aware of that, and so Watson Solomon Juke marching everywhere. So he said, I better behave myself because look what they do in Tobago. So perhaps that's what it is. And as soon as the local election is over, here come Mr. Hyde, Mr. Jekyll and Hyde again. So.
Yeah, and his government, they're coming across now as more. They're trying to come across as more people oriented and want to be seen doing things. First thing, when they came into office in 2015, apart from being sworn in upside down, they did the swearing in wrong. I think they swore in the Attorney General before the Prime Minister, some kind of back and the front thing that they did, and everything was going haywire from then on, more or less.
Okay.
So what was the point you just made?
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat here, and trying to welcome new people also. I see an Andrew Kalicharan. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Curtis Montrachard, good night, regular supporter. Chris Watson is in the house. Chris has a question for you, Marcia. He says, Marcia, do the teachers at school, are they trained to find signs of physical and mental and sexual abuse there in Trinidad and Tobago? Or would they wait for the child to come out and say, well, somebody doing something to me?
Well, I have always heard discussions about no, but the short answer to that is no, I don't think so. But I've always had discussions about putting counselors, people who are trained to do that in every school. I don't have information as to whether or not that has happened. When those issues come up, we don't hear any conversation about a child being taken to the school counselor or psychologist or anything like that. So which means that is something that was never implemented. But there's a lot of talk about that, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but all over the Caribbean. they've had it in where you've had troublesome situations with children. Those conversations have come up to place professionals based in schools, to do that kind of work and to help children deal with their anger and their issues at home. But that, as far as I know, is not something that materialized. So the teachers on their own know that they come to teach biology and geography and social studies and history. They don't have that kind of training, unless someone did some private training, and then I don't know how much, it's not in the school curriculum where they are in a position to really do something about it. I don't know what can be done, but formally, no, that is not happening.
But don't you think the children would benefit from such, gesture by putting a policy, implementing a policy, and putting, school counselors in the schools accessible to make it mandatory where children, get to see the counselor? Not you want to. You have discussions in small groups, and is everybody okay? Girls, separate from the boys, of course, because they're different. And my belief, right? Trinidad and Tobago did a lot for a lot of people, and you have a lot of people that are retired. Some of them themselves could give back to society by coming back into the schools, some of these teachers and principals, and act in the capacity of a counselor, for
Diana, we have to set up that infrastructure. We have to create that platform, and we are not very open to any outside interference, whether it's retired. Look how much trouble we go through when we try to make suggestions. So we have to create that environment. We have to recognize we need the help.
Yeah, it's a small stipend.
I'm not even sure if some of these retirees are capable of doing what you are suggesting, because you have to be trained in order to do a good job at it. Else it would be just helter-skelter.
But Tommy, if you've been a teacher for 30-something, 40-something years, let's say you come out of university, part of the teaching is, you're mentoring students. You know how to handle students. You should be able to.
Well, some of the old school people know to mentor with that belt,
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if they knew what to do, because the results of what's happening today, the results that we're experiencing today, is all part of and parcel of what was taught to some of the students.
You can call upon they get to give back to society, because in the words of the great JFK, ask not what you can do for your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And at a time like this, you have lots of doctors and lawyers and persons who benefited from the institutions in Trinidad, including myself. I wanted to go back there and into certain schools and let them see a person who emerged from challenging circumstances and give them my story and tell them, no, crime, it doesn't pay. You don't have to go that way. But the then Minister of Education, I believe his name Garcia, correct me if I'm wrong, he wanted to engage me because nobody knew. They clearly said they didn't know who I am, So I believe, and what say you in the chat, or the guest co-host, regular triplets? What say you to this? Having people pay back to society by going in and mentoring these students.
I think that's a plus. That's a definite plus. And mentoring is truly a solution for a better society. There's no question about it.
Because some of them don't have a father figure. Remember, Anselm raised a story where the fathers went into the school, but that may not be practical in Trinidad and Tobago because of the employment situation. What do you think, Miss Braveboy? What do you think can work, may work?
That has also been side by side a popular discussion alongside the idea of having trained counselors in school. So that also is nothing new. But like in the religious schools, I grew up in what you call a religious school, Seventh-day Adventist. They really implement part of the way those kinds of measures where they bring people in with the expertise, talk to students, especially if there's a fight among students. They bring people in with the expertise to talk to them. They have little social programs. They've had little social programs where the teacher will bring the students outside after school. They spend an hour after school and they do these exercises with you to teach you to deal with anger and so that you don't have to resort to fighting to resolve an issue. So in the school that I grew up in the Seventh-day Adventist school, I know you have religious institutions that take their own steps to deal with matters like that so that it does not escalate into what we are seeing now in the public schools. So that was in the case of Grenada. In the case of Trinidad and Tobago, I don't know if that is happening. At the level of the university, same Seventh-day Adventists up in what used to be COC in Maracas, which is now University of the Southern Caribbean. They have a lot of counseling exercises there as well to treat with students, even though they are adults, who come into the system with problems. They have their counselors available to them. Oppositely to what you see at uni, where I have not seen anything like that at the University of Indies. So comparing a secular institution again with a religious institution, and this is in the Trinidad case, I know the University of the Southern Caribbean does it, and they're doing that for their adults. The adults who come into the institution and have problems, they have all these psychologists and trained counselors available to go and talk to them and to help them deal with their issues. So it's happening like in small bits, on those levels. But I'm saying like with the religious institutions, I know for sure the Seventh-day Adventist institution takes to deal with measures like that.
I remember back in the day we had, because I went to Fatima RC, we had catechism, and you had to fill in this book. You know the Bible, you had to fill in the book, what Jesus did on Easter Sunday, and where we went down, you had to fill it in right. And they give you a whole lesson, Palm Sunday, and then you had to go to the priest, the confession box. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And the father asks you, where'd you sin? I said, well, I cuff a fella in the head because he thief my pencil. He said, well, don't worry, my child, you will be forgiven. So we had, this was a routine that we had. And then you had to say a bunch of Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. So, so I do they still have these things? And why, if they brought back, if they took religion out of school, some schools, I don't know, because I've been away so long,
But they took prayers and religion out of schools, and where they had that measure of discipline coming out of that aspect of the schooling, and that has been removed.
Yeah, because catechism was you had to do it. You had to. I don't feel like doing this. You had to fill in the book and they tell you the story. They read stories from the Bible or something like that, and you had to take penmanship and make notes on what was being told to you, and then you had to write an essay about what that Bible story was about. So it kind of culture like moral behavior in you too. You know what I mean? Coming from the good book. You think if they brought that,
it made you tap into your conscience more. Because a lot of the things we see happening in our schools of violence and so on, conscience would not make a child, like we saw recently, stomp on a child's neck. It must cross your mind that if I do this, he can die. How it is that you become so numb, as a child. What kind of, I don't understand how a child was able to do something like that without it crossing his mind that if I do this, this person can end up dead. So they can say what they want, the prayer and the religious aspect and the religious teachings, the teachings that came out of that brought about a stronger conscience in students and in terms of them thinking twice, about doing a lot of the things that we see now that is not good for the society. A lot of the violence, a lot of the robberies. We saw a guy followed some students for about 10 minutes he did 10 minutes recording, following some students he saw committed a robbery. And that's the norm now. They're leaving school and planning a robbery. To go and do a robbery during lunch break or during some kind of break or after school. And the citizen have to follow them, and challenge them that he just saw them commit this robbery and all of that. If you had, to me, when you had the days of the religious aspect in school and what that taught the children, to me, you had less of that sort of thing happening.
And we also, I remember there were things like the 4-H club.
Yeah,
Anybody can recall that? Yeah, the 4-H club. Because I went to, and there was a thing called the ISCF, the Interschool Christian Fellowship. They had a program like that. You go to camp,
yeah,
and you would further expound on the Bible. I was fortunate to get to go to one when I was 16. A whole lot of skullduggery was put in place to sneak me out of the Boogie Monster's house and get me to the camp. So, and I thoroughly enjoyed the camp. I met a nice school friend there. He's now a pastor, a reverend, and we remained friends over the years. So it was so nice to mingle with other teenagers, and we planted garden and we studied the Bible and we did skits and. So I don't, do they do those things anymore? Like here in the United States, we have the Fresh Air Fund. Do we have camps and things that, I don't know. Anybody?
yeah, yeah. It's the same thing. I'm wondering, like you don't have these little social programs in the school system anymore. That taught students how to behave and prepared students for life and had their minds occupied in a different way, than just going to school and they finding the traditional way of teaching boring and not, uninteresting. And they find other things to do that they do not need in their lives, that is not helpful, that find one or two of them having to fall out of the system and ending up in YTC and all this craziness.
But
So I don't know
I
what's going
find
on in our school system.
I think the lack of structure, the missing the structure from the school, and they don't have it in the home, and that contributes to the vagabond behavior, we're saying, for lack of a better word. I mean,
Yeah,
I can't condemn them, or I'll condemn you if you're damaging, if you're defending yourself against a bully. Diana, is all for you, but I
yeah,
don't, I don't condone you just want to fight because you feel you're a bad judge.
yeah,
I don't. And most of my scrapes I got in is because people were bullying me because of my accent and my uniform was faded. So I defended myself. You see, I ended
yeah.
up in scrapes and I went in the principal office, etc., etc. But I'm here. So I always say, if you have to stand up and defend yourself, you're being bullied, you stand up. Go and report it now. Ain't nobody paying you no attention. Stand and handle your scenes. What you
Now,
say?
no, we have an issue that I want to touch on, which is the sexual abuse and the hypersexual behavior that seems to take root, and it has taken root because of our so-called culture, which is carnival, and the way the emphasis is on the sexuality. A lot of people would find it taboo to face this or to refer to this, but the media highlights that hypersexual behavior, and as a result of that, that's what the children are learning. The younger ones are learning, and we know we have a whole culture of sexual abuse because of that hypersexual activity being highlighted and quote unquote being big up.
And what's happening is Samsung is the real babysitter. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
who's the baby. That's who let me go in Trinilango. They juke something, they juke the thing in the child hand and let the child swipe left, right, do whatever they're doing. And nobody's interacting with nobody. Everybody had bent down, staring at this rectangle that contains little square lights. And that's the babysitter. The Samsungs and the Androids and the Apples and ain't nobody don't talk to one another no more. Even at the dinner table. right? People want to borrow sugar from you. You could download the sugar and let them and send it to them too. But anyway,
Yeah,
do
I
you
remember
think?
Nallis. If I could just Nallis, the library. I remember they had a program called the games we used to play.
Yeah.
You know, to try to nurture minds of parents and children back into sending the children outside to play instead
Mm.
of being lost in the technology like zombies. You know, and all these things were helpful in our time growing up compared to now where um,
Digital
consumed
hostages.
we consumed here with this technology that makes us become a little more selfish and is dumbing us down and cause us to become more numb towards
Mhm.
each other
Oh yeah.
and
No.
each other's situations, and we don't want to take the time to understand somebody else's situation. We just caught up in this technology, and people are just happy with that. That's their new companion. You know, they don't want to. So Nalis had tried to, you know, with Debbie Goodman, and there, I remember they were trying to push very hard at the games we used to play and to get parents and to get the school system to get children to go outside and play these games, you know, so that they can grow up to be better human beings.
Hmm.
But it didn't take off. It didn't take off the way it should. So it's a very difficult system now to penetrate and then the introduction of the social media that doesn't help. You know, so
I remember in my first anthology, I wrote a poem called "Digital Hostages." We're all our heads are bent down, we're looking to the ground, in a
yeah,
scrum. I was trying to find it, and nobody's talking to no one. And I'm like,
mm,
well, and I noticed it on a train I was
yeah,
traveling. I said, but wait a minute. In Europe, I said, wait, nobody talks to anybody anymore. So, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen in the future? What do you
yeah.
think? Social media is the gremlin that's going to steal people's voices.
It has. I mean, do you think it pretty much has? You know, we are prisoners now inside of the metaverse. We are all
Hmm.
prisoners. And now we used to watch these things in movies and thought it was fiction. They fictionalized it, but it's
Hmm.
very, very real. I mean, they show you. There's this movie I believe called is it Velocity? What's the name of that? It's with Denzel Washington and
Not equalizer.
what
Not
virtuosity?
equalizer. No, I
No,
know it was Keanu Reeves.
not. But I mean,
Not the
there's several. But
Matrix.
there's one with
Not
Denzel Washington
not the
and this. I
Matrix.
think it's virtuosity where
Oh, yes, yes.
they
I think
they
I
had
think.
to they had to put him back in this machine to save
Hmm.
something. But we all like exist in a machine right now.
Hmm. Have you ever
You
read
know,
the book The Time Machine by E.M. Foster?
no,
You gotta read that book. I was required reading at SAGS. It speaks about um, the robots and technology running above ground, and we were held
yeah,
hostages beneath ground. And in order to
yes,
graduate above ground, there was certain criteria you had to meet. The Time Machine by E.M. Foster. Yeah, and I was like, but I happened to find the poem "Digital Hostages," very brief, and I'm just
yeah,
gonna spit it. We don't talk anymore. Instead, we sit around with our heads faced to the ground. In our hands can be found a digital device. We no longer feel that it's nice to sit around and conversate, and we stare profusely at a digital slate. A beep here, a swipe there. All these sounds you can hear. Why is it so hard to speak? We're held hostage by an invisible network in the sky. We don't have time to look each other in the eye, not even just to say hi. The digital slate has become our fate as we sit around with our heads to the ground. No time to look up high to savor the majestic sky. We don't talk anymore. I wonder, what will we use our speech for?
actually, that is very true. We really do exist in a machine now. We just don't realize it. But that's
Mm,
where we are operating out of a virtual world, and we have abandoned the real world.
mhm,
Even with the ushering in of a pandemic, fake or real, that is supposed to sensitize us, to start linking in with each other again, to start going back to the garden and planting and doing all those useful exercises that we used to do that gave us better lives, that made us better human beings, that prepared us for life. We have a situation here called the pandemic, that has brought on a level of hard times and hardship that should make us care for each other more. But we see the opposite happening, where people have become more violent, where there's more increase in domestic violence, where people are more distracted, so our children are dying in little pools of water. And instead, the opposite of that is happening. When we should be tapping into our creativity at this time, we are instead distracted by the stresses.
You think the parents don't want to be bothered by the children, so they just hey, juke something in their hand. Hey, go play with this. Leave me alone. You think that's kind of parenting that going on? Yeah, and leave them stuck on this thing for 3-4 hours at a time. You're not interacting with them. You don't know who they're looking at. And up here, you can people can break into different chat groups and stuff, and solicit your child and engage with your child. Now,
But
I
it's
believe in
parenting. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
I believe in what you call it. Like half an hour, 45 minutes. Hey, shut it off. Time to do
Yeah,
something else.
yeah. Pick
That's
up a
it.
book.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
something
But
to decide time.
do we teach each other or teach our children what love really is and how to really love? And do we really have any love in this world like that we so dearly need, that a good book tells us is the only, or the, should I say, the last commandment? When you really think about it, are we
But Tommy,
are
the
we aware of
young,
what love truly is?
the young people are getting together in lust, not love. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
Maybe
we don't look like our world is about love, and has never been.
they're
It,
about
it
the
doesn't it
flesh.
doesn't look that way.
well,
They-
a lack of love means a lack of life, because love is life.
So who is going to teach the young woman? She's already 23 with 4 children. How is she? If she 4 children, perhaps they have different fathers, and we know there's scenarios that exist like that. How does she teach these 4 children about love? And she has not her brain ain't quite finished developed yet. Am I right, Miss Brave Boy?
You're never too
Correct.
old to learn. You're never too old to learn. Learning is the only constant in life. Think about it.
Yeah, but
Um,
how do you
Messenger, if you
convey
could
to
just
this
check your
person?
messenger.
How do you convey to this myself or Anselm? How do you convey to this person that what you're doing, and if you keep doing it, you're going to get the same results, and this is going to leave you in a life of poverty, and you're not going to be able to start something to create intergenerational wealth for these 4 lives you brought into the world.
That is
You know?
something that has been happening since time immemorial, Diane.
Mhm.
Whether our world is about love, whether or parenting, we have parents who are reckless and dangerous in the way that they bring up their children. It's just more exposed now because of the social media, but it has always been there, right? And because it was never addressed appropriately, it has gotten worse and worse with time, and will continue to if we don't take steps to address it. And we have to rely to a certain extent on the government and the school system, to bring up to implement programs that will turn out better adults and better parents. Because how do you change adults who are fixed in their ways? The parents now who not giving good parenting at home. I mean, that's difficult for us to fix, right? Where we can work, what we can do is do the best we can with the troubled children when they come into the school system, which I saw happen very effectively in the Seventh-day Adventist schooling and upbringing that I got. I saw them dealt with those issues very effectively there, bringing in counselors and people who are trained to deal with those issues. Just a little fight had to break out, and they deal with that. they have that child in counseling, and then they will sit down and make you write out certain things 500 times. I will not XYZ. You keep you back after school and have you write this thing out and do something constructive. Write something positive about what you did, that you're going to do the opposite of that going forward. And you have to sit down and write that down 500 times. So I don't know if schools take measures like that anymore. But I saw those things very effectively dealt with in the school that I was brought up in Grenada. And like I said, I came here and I see a consistency with the Seventh-day Adventist University of the Southern Caribbean, where you go there as adults, and if you have issues, they have mediums available to deal with it. So across the platform, the government probably could try and make some intervention, but because we can't fix the parents who are set in their ways that are not good parents. We can't fix that, but we can try our best with the children to make them become better parents, to help them to become better parents.
Yeah, but how do you? I mean, if you had a boogie monster for a parent, who rained down on you, how do you as a child go home and tell them, well, teacher say you're not supposed to be doing this, you're not supposed to be hitting on me, you're not supposed to be drinking and get. How does a child convey that to a tyrannical parental figure in the home?
Well, don't underestimate the power and the influence of children in a home. I think there are two sets of people in a home that has great influence, and that is the children and the old people, as I say, in terms of who the rest of the household would listen to. So and children have no scruples. If I could really just give an example, if we got our children, like for instance, every Sunday we got a school to go out and start cleaning up their communities, and adults are littering, they will tell them about it because they just cleaned up their Sunday gone. And if they see you throw a KFC box out a moving vehicle and that vehicle is stuck in traffic and they could fine you, they will deal with you, and because they're children and they have no scruples about themselves. And if they know, they just work hard and clean this thing up because it's a sensitization program for them not to litter, because this is a country that litters its streets. So I'm just using that as an example to show that people do listen to children, whether it be in the home or elsewhere. So if you had your children, if you take schools, for instance, and had them cleaning up their communities like every Sunday, they're going to tell an adult who they see litter about it. So I would not underestimate the influence and the power of a child in a home if they want to make a constructive contribution.
And I've seen adults littering in the presence of their children and encouraging their children to litter, especially in some of our beaches. It's really deplorable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gary, Gary, if you could just check your inbox, your messenger. I sent you a message. So what you sent me earlier, I would like you to send it there so I could post the link on Facebook to my Facebook page.
Yeah, someone in the chat. Albert Montano.
All right, I'll check again. Let's see what he said.
I believe religion is a good education, and it helps one when they meet challenges and look for answers. And Albert, you're absolutely right, because I remember when I had to get therapy for the PTSD, part of my therapy I requested was ecclesiastical therapy, because I wanted to know, I was younger, I understand somewhat now. I wanted to know why God gave me these two people for parents, so I was questioning God, and especially the mother that I got. So in ecclesiastical therapy, they talked over things with me, and I made to understand that Jehovah make me walk this road for a reason, like he make Joseph walk a certain road. So I took my licks and I continue on my road, and he's always moving his knobs on his draft board to place me where he wants me to be.
Check your messenger and see if that's what you wanted.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, came true. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And Chris Watson made a point. Not all children will be doctors or lawyers, but at least some came out with subjects. And that's absolutely true. I remember I gave a speech at Napa. Not everybody is academically inclined. Some people are prone to do trades. Some people are more athletic than academic. But you
Yeah.
need the athletic than what say you? Go ahead. Tommy, anybody?
Yeah, that's that is a part of the discourse in education, that some children, they prefer to go to school and learn a trade, learn to do woodwork, learn to do plumbing. They prefer to draw. You have that is discouraged a lot in terms of the arts, the creative arts. What we have is governments across the region not giving scholarships for art. So a lot of our children, which all of us grew up, these are the innate abilities. All of us, every child picks up a crayon, a pencil, and they draw. Every child, we born with that in us, right? And then you go to school and there's a teacher who tell you, well, I do this as a talent, but I don't focus on it because the government will not give you a scholarship to go and study art, because they have not placed the value on it. And these and our ministers or government ministers are ex-children. They grew up doing the same thing all of us doing, picking up a crayon, a paintbrush, and then they go into government and they stifle it. So yes, you have people who are interested in just a trade or their creative instinct to do other things, and they don't want to be forced to learn literature and geography and biology. So that is also something that is accepted, and they try to place in the school system. Again, there's I believe are there schools in Trinidad and Tobago that have that on the curriculum in place, where they have woodwork, plumbing, sewing. Doesn't the school systems in Trinidad and Tobago have that? Because I know there's a school in Grenada, Boca Secondary School. They had those programs there on their curriculum, and you had people who graduated with a whole lot of these subjects, woodwork and
But that was
drafting.
done in the secondary schools, in the junior and senior secondary. But now they have it as a one unit where it's either no junior and senior secondary. It's one secondary school now. But I'm not sure what they did. I mean, when I left there, like a lot of years ago. You know, maybe.
Yeah. So what the person on the chat is saying is that it's something they believe should be implemented across the board in all schools, where they have, whether it's the metalwork, the woodwork, the sewing classes, the plumbing, the drafting. It should be applied across the school system, as opposed to when you just leave school and after a whole 5 years of secondary schooling, you go to some vocational institute to learn something. That doesn't make any sense. So what the person in the chat is saying is that the government should seriously think about putting the vocational programs across the secondary school system. And it makes sense. It really does make sense. They can even start it at a certain level in primary school, but it really does make sense.
Now, Tropic says something, I don't know how true it is. He says, the school system has not improved since the 70s. Same system running, same old, same old. How
Yeah.
expecting better results?
Yep. What claim you, Gary?
But the question is getting the government to apply that in the curriculum across the schools is to have I don't know if a consultation is needed. I don't think so, to do something that is to the benefit of our children. But it's a matter of just putting it across in the school system, engaging the education minister about it, and try to roll out that aspect of schooling across the secondary school system. I don't know why it's so difficult and why they only just keep talking about it.
Are they engaging when you try to engage them? The government ministers, how engaging are they? Are they open to dialogue? I mean, it seems like it's very complicated to get through to them. I don't know. I mean,
Well, those of us who use the platform and have a following and an audience, like the Philip Edward Alexanders, um, this medium here, and all the people across the platform that have a voice and have a following, they could use that platform to send that message, right? They can have demonstrations and protests to get the school system to implement things like that. They do it against like the vax and all those other things. But they can take, if they want to better the system, they can start, or we can start doing advocacy and activism. By the way, I don't see myself as an activist. Local Diane told me that.
Well, that's answer and put that in the flyer, not me. Yeah, okay.
Marcia, how do you
activist, you said journalist Marcia, activist Marsha, right? So I don't see myself as that.
Okay.
I believe, yeah, but no, that's based. We now need to use our platform across the blogosphere to get the government to implement the vocational teaching across the secondary school platform. We could go in front of the education ministry with placards every month.
No, but what I'm saying, before we get to that stage, in a normal dialogue, as a group, you send an email to try to establish the communication with the ministry secretary. We would like to meet with the minister to raise some discussions on what we think in a direction we should go or move forward. I think we should take that step first. The protests should only come in when they don't listen.
Yes, yeah, we can. We should engage them. We as activists who. Sorry, I'm not activist. But those of us
as citizens of the country.
We should engage the ministry. We can take some steps instead of sitting here and just talking. We can take some steps as the Philip Edward Alexanders and the Marcia Braveboy and the other popular one, the Stark Entertainment, what's her name? Diane. What's her name?
Okay.
Delilah, who I see pulling 200,000. She's the biggest sensation on the internet, by the way. Per video broadcast, she is the biggest influence on the social media platform right now at this point in time.
Yeah, but I want to see what I want to see is us
come together and do this.
As a community, if we raise the dialogue, we engage in the communication before it gets to a stage. I mean, some of these people conversations, even though they're making a point, it's very the content, is very graphic, and we could, even though we're trying to make a point, sometimes it could cause somebody to turn off instead of listening, But I would like to see the community raise the conversation. We can encourage that, to try to establish some kind of dialogue. I did it with the Helping Australian citizens. Some people wanted to go and protest in various front of embassies. I said, no, we're doing that. We're not doing that. I communicated and raised the issues on both social media and emails until I got through.
Okay, Gary. Just one moment. We'll progress. One more moment.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
I will bring you a song here by Star.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Cock your ears and listen well, while the story I will tell how we woman strong. From the time you wake in the morning, pressure, baby crying, pressure, children fighting, pressure. Get up the radio, say have a nice day, pressure, but you still have rent to pay, pressure, and you just can't sit your way, pressure. Time you look around, it's evening come, pressure, the water cold, pressure, the light will come, pressure. In the meantime, down in the kitchen, pressure, plate and spoon grumbling, pressure, Mr. Man grumbling, pressure. Lord help me.
Yes. From the time you wake up in the morning, pressure, and all this pressure is leading to what, Marcia? What we seeing in Trinidad and Tobago?
Dysfunctionality.
Yep. Someone told me somebody sawed off a woman's head, literally sawed off her head.
After he started her up, he took a saw and saw off her head. I mean, that is real rage, you know? That's a lot of rage. Crazy.
I mean, Stormy just give me a little pressure, but I don't feel like sawing off Stormy head. I will just put in a corner and don't give no outside time. And
the serious problem we have is that when you go for help, you don't get the response that you need. You know, from the police station, you know, the resources are not in place to assist you to escape your situation. So you're forced back in that situation. A lot of people are forced back into relationships where they really don't have a choice. But if they had some help and reliable resources and effective response, I think we will see a different effect, you know, where, you know, we extract a person out of the situation until we sort out what's going on. You know?
The police does not help in domestic violence situations. I witnessed that with my own eyes in Blanchardshires a few years ago when I went down to the fishing village of Blanchardshires to cover a story. A man was chasing a woman. She went to the police station and they were very delinquent and lackadaisical and apathetic in their approach and in how they were addressing the situation. And moments later, she was running up the road past the police station with the guy chasing her. And I was inside of the police station because I went to get assistance with something. And they were casually talking and said, that is them business. That's what they said. That is their business. Them and no time with that. So the police really, it is a reality that they do not help in domestic violence situations. They do not help.
So this is why we need the government to mandate this responsibility. You know, the legislation need to mandate that.
Just as we have situations in our school system where there's a call for certain expertise to be placed there to deal with children who bully and who are engaged in fighting in the school system on a daily basis. This police service where you need certain police officers, certain expertise, please every station to pay attention to situations like that, right? Because the average police officer not interested in that. They're not interested. They're interested in arresting you for not wearing a mask. They're interested in these 2x4 situations. They're not going down West Moorings and the elitist areas of Trinidad and deal with the serious hidden crime situations that exist there. They're not going there and deal with that. They're dealing with you and me who they find on the street not wearing a mask and things like that. But domestic issues and stuff, that's too heavy for them. They don't want nothing to do with that. They don't want to be no savior in those situations. So too, they need to place certain types of expertise across police stations across the country to deal with those specific situations, because a lot of it is popping up and it is needed. They have a unit based somewhere in Port of Spain that was run by, I think, Margaret Sampson Brown. She did her best, and former police officer. She was very senior when she retired. But it's not enough. Who's going to leave Blanchard's and go all the way in Port of Spain, right? There's a police station right there in Blanchard's. So it's needed where the police station is headquartered. The expertise is needed there, so
But didn't the previous police commissioner establish a domestic, gender-based domestic violence unit inside the police force? Did they dismantle that now, or it's there? What's going on? Do you know?
well, I mean, like I said, I know that is something that existed since the days of Margaret Sampson Brown. I'm not sure what additional measures Gary Griffith
Yeah,
would
Gary
have,
said he
would
put
have
some
taken.
resources. In fact, he put things within the police station so that they can do the extract the evidence while there and then, and don't have to wait 24 hours to stay in the mess if you were raped. And there was a separate room, and he had put some things in place. But we needed to build upon this, and all the legislation being drafted in the parliament and the old talk and the back and forth and gallivant, we're not achieving anything in this aspect here. So the communities have to get together. We have to encourage this kind of dialogue on the ground. We will do it the best on our end here, but the objective we have here is to build a bridge between our people across the globe, whether you're in the
Yeah.
country or outside the country. Connect and let's address the issues collectively, because there's no respect for singularity. We have to be united. So let's connect the dots. Let's continue to build the conversation and force the hand of the politicians and force their ears into listening what we have to say. This is the direction we have to go in, and it's something that was encouraged by President Obama in the United States.
hmm
To how to get your message and your voice and point across.
But the preventative measures, like what I witnessed in Blanchard's, where she went in and she reported this person was harassing her and creating some problems for her, and she wanted it prevented. She wanted harm not to come to her. And then there she was, run past the police station. I was in the police station. I saw everything with my own eyes. And they said that is their business. The police officer was down in his book writing something. He said that is their business. And this guy chasing this woman run past the same police station because she just came out and made a complaint. Whereas if they had the expertise there, a police officer who's trained to deal with those issues, just as we have our police officers who study law, there are those police officers who study psychology and who have and counseling and have those expertise that they need to place them across Trinidad and Tobago in police stations to meet with the couples and sit down and either do whatever
To address
exercises
these
they need
issues.
to.
Nobody should get a
Yeah,
run around when they go to a police station. You gotta go over there, you gotta go over here, and back and forth. It should be that the person who you make first contact with has to take the responsibility. He's a play tag you, is it? Well, when we tag him, the responsibility is him or her in that particular station, and they have to give account. If we don't hold them responsible for why they didn't take certain actions, in a sense, like, okay, so a certain situation became to your attention. Which senior officer did you make contact with? How did you relay the information? If you didn't
yeah,
relay the information, there has to be consequences. So there has to be obligation and responsibilities on the police part. We would have to do some retraining. We'll have to bring new people in, but in the meantime, they have to be held responsible when a person makes a report. And I would encourage people when they go to make a report that they get the officer badge number. I guess they have badge number now. I think Gary Griffith instituted something like that. Officer name and who you made the report to, so that we can follow up and address the issues. These are the things that need to be done.
Gary, when is Miss Walker coming to join in us?
I'm gonna check in with her now.
Okay, please. All right. So dealing with issues and how many?
you know,
Go ahead.
the issue of our police officers, I don't know how far that would go, but one thing that is obvious and prevalent among our police officers is that they lack public relations skills. And no matter what training you have to deal with what level of crime, you don't have to be abrasive and harsh towards every citizen. So I don't know if it is that as part of their training, if it is that police officers learn PR skills, public relations skills. And if that is not happening, then maybe that is something that should be part of their training so that they learn to deal with the public better and maybe deal with issues of the domestic violence complaints that come to them, people who go to them, and they would not just be dismissive and uncaring and disinterested, like what I witnessed in that Blantyshires police station, a good bit of years ago. So the police officers and their PR skills, their public relations skills, that is hurting the police service. A lot of them don't know how to deal with citizens.
And they may be not aware that it's their responsibility. We haven't held them responsible. So the retraining, additional training needs to be done. Certain measures and policy needed to be added to this standard operating procedure.
So that the logo says to care and to protect and serve, or it doesn't say to care. Just say to protect and
some people we have to spell it out to Marcia. In their handbook. We have to spell it out in their handbook for them, and the station handbook, the officer handbook.
Understand what their slogan means, right? But they need to watch. A lot of them need to watch their PR skills.
Yeah, but we have a culture of people becoming big boy when they get to a certain position and they could get paid and they don't have to do, and nobody can tell them nothing. The routine. So we need an administration. We need a government that will hold the administration accountable, will follow up and follow through, and there has to be consequences for not doing what you're supposed to be doing. A lot of times you report something true and you don't get no results. So the people is used to nothing getting done. The criminals are used to getting away what they're doing, so that's why they do it. They know they have sufficient time to get away before the police reach, because there's a lack of sufficient patrols. I mean, I'm yet to see what those 200 motorcycles was given by China is being utilized for. We see an army of officers fully equipped for some people that's trying to make a point outside of the Red House, in East Park Savannah. I mean, they was fully geared for war, but when it comes to dealing with the crime, we don't see that kind of a tactical approach. It's a tactical approach and an army to oppress the voice of the citizens who are fighting for their rights, but not for the criminal elements in the country. So,
guys, I'm leaving you shortly, just for a brief moment. I have to go do a monologue here. I'll be right back. Anselm is in the background. He will bring in Marsha Walker when she's ready. You guys continue your awesome dialogue. I will monitor the board, in the event of any catastrophe. Right? So I have to come off momentarily. I'll be right back.
Okay, Diana.
All the services we need come from among us, which is like public service, protective service, and all the other services. These are people who we are related to, people we know. Why aren't we getting this right? What is it? We all asleep?
Okay. I was trying to let's remember our audience that's on there, and maybe we should. I don't know how to do it from here, Gary, but we should try and see what they're saying, because
you can look at it on the YouTube link. You can look at it on I'm going to look at it on YouTube, but if you want to see what they're saying, you can look at it on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, but
okay.
If you have another device, you can look at it on the YouTube chat. And then you can address them. Go ahead, Tommy.
Tropics says it's addressed to you, Gary. Gary, responsibility is low. Superior responsibility low. Manager responsibility low. Hence performance low. What do you think of this?
Well, yeah, I understand. I understand his points there. It's just that we, the people, have to stand up and raise our voice in reference to it. The silence is what gives room for continuance of the certain act and behavior. We have to send a clear message, and it's not necessarily to burn tires and block the road. We have to find more civilized, diplomatic ways of getting the message across. Certain things are last resort. Some people take the last resort for the first resort. And I want to get the communication. I mean, we have the MP, the community leaders, we have the counselors. Some counselors think they're only there for fix box train, you know. But you are the actual representative of that constituency area there. So the religious leaders want to go on the pulpit and preach, and then the work done. But it doesn't stop there. You have to serve your people. It's certain things happening in the community. You have to take responsibility and address it, even though you're not the MP. You if you're the religious leader within that community and you know there's an issue, address it. So this is the way. This is how I all the way in the United States, and I address issues in Trinidad, and make a hell of another noise. Writing emails, calling here and calling there, and getting things done. I mean, right now I'm trying to help this lady with the children all the way in Mountain Maruga.
Yeah.
Out there. So I'm following up on her issues. Communicating with the government, trying to find out what's the issue. So not don't let I decided I'm not going to allow my location to affect my ability to do things. And this is what I want to bring to our people's attention and understanding, that we live in a technological world. You can utilize it.
You can stay any part of the world and make a contribution to your country. And we don't want to underestimate and or save the mainstream media of blame for a lot of what is happening in our society, because our mainstream media, the work of the mainstream media is supposed to be for the community and for the people. Instead, the opposite of that is happening, where a lot of damage control media reporting is being done to favor the political and business elite. And one of the things I witnessed with this government, apart from there being the swearing in that happened upside down, back to front, one of the first things I saw the mainstream media, the PNM government of Keith Rowley, when they came in 2015, one of the first things I witnessed they did with Maxi Coffee as the communications manager was that you can tell, and this is not conjecture ad hominem and speculation, as they would say, it was evident in what was coming out of the media, right? They were not inviting the media to their assignments. That's the way that Maxi Coffee was running the communications ministry. They will have the news conference, they will have their meetings, and they will write the story and send it to the media. That was happening. And when it became evident was when people was across Facebook saying, look, the Trinidad Express and the Guardian have the exact same story, word for word. If the story is 500 words or 1,000 words, word for word. And two different reporters' names on it. One reporter in the Express, one in the Guardian. And that created a heated discussion on Facebook. And I'm the one who come out of the bubbles of the media, had to say, well, what is really happening here is that the government wrote the story and sent it to them, right? But they sloppily sent it to more than one media house. And they did not check with each other to see, well, do you have that story? And to realize, well, they had to rewrite it. So Maxi Coffee, with his journalism training, I guess he became overwhelmed on the job, and he decided he was going to control how stories are written on the government.
So he had no journalism training.
What?
Is you saying that he had no training in that field, Maxi?
No. Maxi Coffee is one of the top and better journalists in Trinidad and Tobago. I'd say I'm talking Maxi Coffee, a very senior, very, very veteran journalist.
Okay. All right. So
who was just the communications. He was a communications minister under the Rowley-led PNM. He won the seat, Lohokat Alparo seat, in the 2015 general election. Right, but I'm saying that he wanted to impress his boss by dictating how stories are written.
Yeah.
Right.
Cosa Nostra style.
Right. Pertaining to the government and how the issues are published in the paper. Right. It was written from within the government and sent to the media, and they got caught when two newspapers on more than two occasions, where you have the exact same story coming out of two different newspapers, mainly the Express and the Guardian. I didn't see cases where the news they got caught up in that, but mainly Express and Guardian. You're seeing they put somebody's name on the story, because sometimes that happens. A story is written and they get a journalist to put their name on it, even though the journalist didn't write the story. That goes on in newsrooms across the world, right? And you had two different reporters' name on the exact same story, word for word, but the story is in the Guardian and the story is in the Express. And people on Facebook asking, oh, how is that possible? You know, and of course, with my training and coming from the bowels of the media, I said it's simple. The story was sent to the two newspapers by the government. So you had that kind of control. And this is the same media that accuses the partnership government led by Kamala Prasad-Visesa of wanting to control the media. But they were quite okay with the PNM making love to them in that way, sitting down and doing their work for them, writing a story and sending it to them for them to publish, only for it to be exposed on social media in the way that I just explained. So if they take control of their territory, the media being the fourth estate, and do their work the way that they are supposed to, and to do it for the people and by the people and for the community and for the betterment of communities, whether it be at the level of reportage, the reporting of content, or whether it be at the level of your top programming, they are supposed to be making a contribution to a better society, right? If the media do their job, this society can be a better place. But there's too much interference, too much handling, right? And when Keith Rowley says he does not try to interfere with the media, that is the complete opposite to what he's saying. When he says, like what he said this week, and he always likes to say it, he keeps repeating the same thing over and over, that the PNM is held to a better standard. That is absolutely not true. It is any other political party that is opposed to the PNM that are held to a higher standard. The PNM is not held to a higher standard. The PNM do whatever they want. And one of the first things I noticed about a Keith Rowley-led government is that they sought to take control and manipulate how stories are written about their government under the leadership of Maxi Coffey as communications minister. I'm not bad talking Maxi Coffey. I am just saying the way he ran his ministry and what I saw them do. And journalists used to call me and complain about it, that this assignment is happening there. And they were not allowed into the assignment. Instead, they go back to the newsroom and a story is sent to them from the government about the assignment. Can you imagine that? And you don't see anything from IPI and the international press bodies about interference in the media. You heard nothing from Matt about interference in the media. But let UNC come into government and just distribute some little gifts to the media, and they run in and complain to all press bodies around the world that the government interfering in press freedom. You see? So that is one of the first things that I noticed about this government when they came into office. And it is not at all true when the Prime Minister says that this government does not interfere with the media. Oppositely, the opposite of that is in fact very true, where they do manipulate the kind of content that is reported about their government. And if something goes against what they want, they get upset and then they send their bloggers to say that the media is favoring the UNC. But the media have to pull it back in order to get readers. Because when they look across the social media platform and they see that the readership is not there, or their newspapers are not selling, then they have to write a story the way it has to be written in order for the newspapers to start selling again, or for the readership to be boosted, right? So I want to make the point that our institutions, like the mainstream media in particular, we cannot leave them out of contributing to the sickness and the moral decay of our society, and the cavity that exists in our school system and everywhere. We cannot leave out the contributions they have made to that by not doing their job.
Do you believe the media is making a real difference and a major difference as far as edifying the public?
No, they're not. There's too much interference. There's too much muzzling. There's too much censoring and censorship of stories. a lot of if you one who follow the media, I mean, you have some citizen reporters out there who follow what goes on, who can have conversations with journalists and tell you that every Sunday, you remember Anika Gomes, who is no more in terms of being a journalist in the newsroom, and you know how her career ended with the butterfly story with Keith Rowley, when she went to his home and she showed and some nonsense or the other. But she's no longer there. But every Sunday, Anika Gums and Denise Wren and sometimes Asha Javid, they will come with stories, exposing what they say is corruption in the People's Partnership government. And all of that went obviously and strongly visibly silent, mute when Keith Rowley and his government came into office. They had nothing to say, they had nothing to write about again, except Gary Griffith. So they were only breaking stories on Gary Griffith. But they had nothing to say. They're not breaking no story on Keith Rowley and his government. And how it is that a society could see nothing is wrong with that these journalists are emasculated when the PNM is in office, and then they write lies and fabrications, right? Because on many occasions, I think the newspaper had to do apologies to the partnership government. It was about there's 5 stories that I have in my data collection where Denise Wren wrote inaccurately about Anand Logan and certain issues in the People's Partnership government that was just not true. And she did things that was not true, like giving the impression that she spoke to the FBI and FBI sources. What little 2x4 reporter in a Caribbean country like Trinidad and Tobago in the Express newsroom could have a source inside of the FBI? I was exposing that on Talk City Radio almost on a daily basis to show that these journalists and the media, are telling lies about what they do. So they wield a different kind of pen when UNC is in office, as opposed to when a PNM government is in office. They are muted under PNM governments, right? The PNM is not called to a higher standard when they are in office. The UNC is called to a higher standard when they are in government and when they are in opposition. We see more negative reporting about the opposition than the government. That I have never seen anything like that. It was Suniti Maharaj who went on I-95 and said the focus always has to be mostly on the government, right? We're not hearing her now. She's not saying anything now. Now that the focus is mostly on the opposition. How boring is that? How can you be focusing on an opposition, with your media reporting and not on what the government is doing? That to me is not exciting journalism. So I don't understand this kind of upside down thing that I see happening in our society with our media. And I had to raise it to say that we cannot leave them out of the equilibrium when we are talking about the sickness of our society. The mainstream media has a role to play in that, and they have a role to play in fixing it, and they are not doing that. They are studying to focus.
Well, that's why we here to. That's what we're trying to do here is to put them in that predicament that we force their hand now. Welcome, Marsha. As you see, we have our sister Marcia Braveboy. We have 2 superwomen in the house here tonight.
yeah. Where's my bell?
Anyway, there's something that I wanted to talk about before you go, Marcia.
Yeah.
I realized
she's not going. She's staying for the night.
Okay. Before
I thought you were putting me out, so I just say okay, yeah, sure.
Before you stop talking, but we were talking about the UNC and the PNM, and I started doing some analysis and thought about it. I say they both were very errant in a lot of ways. For example, when the UNC came into power, or the partnership came into power, there was the construction of that Brian Lara Stadium in Turuba, and everything was wrong with the stadium. Therefore, work stopped, and it became dilapidated. People stole what they wanted, and so on and so forth. Eventually, when it was revisited, it took probably twice the amount of money to finish the project. And I'm not saying that the UNC alone is guilty of that. The PNM comes into power, and then things that the partnership was doing, like, for example, probably building schools or whatever, they would just leave it there to go down. Eventually, when it's revisited, it takes twice the amount to finish it. I'm saying that these two main governments or two main parties, they take the people of this country for fools by abusing the resources, pointing fingers at each other, and playing the fool. They have played the fool over and over and over and get away with it, and they continue to do it. We need new thinking, a whole new way of doing things in Trinidad, and a whole new set of, or should I say, a whole new type of governance that doesn't do that kind of thing, that just wastes the public funds. I don't
But when you say that the UNC PPG found that there were more things with higher priority than the Brian Lara Stadium to focus on?
Yeah, but guess what? They turned around and built a cricket center in Balmain that cost how much money to do the same thing Brian Lara Stadium was supposed to do. I don't know if I'm thinking too much or I'm thinking wrong, but something doesn't seem to add up.
Tommy, we should not keep our guests, because the guest is there. So we should not keep our guests waiting for too long. But if you recall the problems with that Baron Lara Stadium and the markup upon markup and the amount of money that was spent on something that was not completing, similar to the Scarborough Hospital, you would not make that point the way you made it. But I think we should start engaging Miss Lorraine.
Maybe Marsha might want to add a few things to that. I don't know. She was new to the politics, so she might not be too much familiar with certain things. But how are you doing, Marsha?
Good night. Welcome, Lorraine Marsha Walker.
So Marcia, feel free to engage Marsha, as you know, as you are the co-host tonight.
What I would like to say is, what should happen is you should engage the ministers and MPs that would have been there at the time so that they can have the opportunity to set the record straight. I heard Marcia talk about the media and the media's role in the deterioration of our society. So with all due respect, when we make statements like that, we add to the deterioration of the society. What I would suggest is, if you're prepared to hear that your thinking is inaccurate, then you bring the authority in the matter. So whoever was the minister at the time, who was the MP at the time, who were the people at the time, I would suggest you invite them, or you send questions with an interview, etc., giving the opposition a fair opportunity to properly respond, because what you're doing is adding to the PNM propaganda wheel, which I would have spoken about on Thursday at TT Speaks. Repetitive marketing is a beautiful tool that the PNM has used from inception, from recalcitrant minority, from bananas, from all sorts of nonsense that are not founded. Because unless we forget, Emailgate was used to take down an entire government, and it was fabricated lies. So when the media pushes these one-liners like Brian Lara Stadium and they were both this and they were both that, without a proper dialogue, without properly unpacking the point, you put subconsciously messages into the people's mind, and it's unfair. So I would suggest, when you're making such comments, ensure that the guest that you've chosen is someone who will be able to properly prosecute and rebuttal, and y'all can have a proper conversation where we are stepping away from headlines and propaganda, because that's a clickbait, that's a headline, and there's no meat to the statement after. That is how the media, and I would consider this show to be part of the media, that's how the media can help in the healing of our nation. I would also just like to correct one little thing at this point. the People's Partnership is not UNC. So when we talk about 2010 to 2015 and then balance it off with People's Partnership, UNC, and it's all in one, we're missing the whole point of Kamla Persad-Bissessar in 2020 saying we are going it alone. So again, comes back down to some of the things that Marcia was saying, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but we must be fair in our dialogue. The People's Partnership, she said it, Kamla Persad-Bissessar said, as a government, coalition governments do not serve the country in the best way. So she was the first to admit it. Unlike Keith Rowley, who has a problem admitting when things do not work. She said, a partnership government does not work, which is why every single time somebody brings up UNC can't win alone, we need to partner. I say that's why I respect Kamla, because we must never trust the person who wants a shortcut. She said to us, we will build, we will go back to foundation, we will build strong, we will build hard, we will build deep, we will build wide. It is time for United National Congress to build as a party on their own. PNM has had 30 years on UNC. They're 60-something years old, we are 33 years old. They've had the time to build their organization. Because the citizens get fed up of PNM and then say, oh gosh, we need a savior, come and save us in 5 years, what PNM reckon 30 years, people rush and they, okay, well, let me just, we put in MSJ and COP and everybody together to come up with a People's Partnership. And Kamla Persad-Bissessar was brave enough and bold enough to say, that has not served the country. So come home to everybody. And she says it nearly every Monday night. Forget the past. Imagine the kind of insults that people have insulted her character, unfairly insulted her character. And she still stands up and says, forget the past. Come home. Unite under one umbrella. Build the UNC from within. There is a space for everybody. Anybody who's willing to work hard, because she's not prepared to do like the PNM and go based on who your name is, who your father is, if you could bring money into the party. Come and work hard. Come and work from the bottom up. Bring your ideas. Come to the table. Right? And work for your seat on the table. Build the United National Congress into an organization that can stand on its own. So that when we get into government, we don't have somebody saying, well, I should be in this ministry because I'm a political leader of this party. Or, well, we bring this amount of seats to the table, so this should be our project. And you don't have a bunch of fighting and whatnot and all of that, right? So I respect Kamla Persad-Bissessar for saying, this didn't work for us in government. Yes, it got us into power, but it was not the best way to govern the country. So go out there and build the UNC. And if you look at the data, when people like to say Kamla can't win, Kamla can't win, Kamla can't win, again, another nonsense statement, because UNC in 2020 received the most votes in their history, in the history of the United National Congress in 2020, under Kamla Persad-Bissessar, UNC received. Oh my gosh.
Received.
What is the word? I just said it. I got the most votes in the 2020 general election. So that's one. Of course, we would have gotten one of the marginal seats. So we would have gotten a seat, PNM would have lost a seat. Then after the the popular vote, we didn't take part in Tobago. Even if we had taken part in Tobago and we just got a few votes, we would have actually gotten the overall popular vote, if you look at the numbers. But in Trinidad, UNC got more individual votes than PNM. And then in January 2021, during the by-election, UNC won the Arima Central seat, which is not a marginal seat. That's a PNM stronghold. That has a PNM MP, a mayor, all kind of thing. And UNC won. So there is clear data that Kamla's plan is working. Build strong, build deep, work the ground, work the ground, work the ground, work the ground. We have constituency coordinators in every single non-UNC seat. You guys are seeing me. I've not stopped working in Diego Martin West. That is because our leadership has said every seat must become winnable. Every seat must become at least marginal. Every seat must have UNC representation. So there is no, well, we lose and we go find another candidate, or we go ignore Diego Martin until the next election. We've been on the ground in Diego Martin, and that is because of the leadership of Kamla Persad-Bissessor. When people talk about Kamla should step down and put who? She has brought in you. If you look at the slate, again, look at 2020 slate. She listened. You wanted fresh faces. She made the bold move that, I mean, I think 95% of the candidates were under 50 years old. So much so that Rowley called us kindergartners. She was building. She was transitioning. We can't, you don't see the lioness just ups and leave their cubs before it's time. She is making sure that we are prepared. Our political muscles are built up to take on the nasty force of the PNM. And that's why we call her the mother of the nation. She, Michelle Benjamin said, if you looked at our Mother's Day tribute to her, and when she said it, I was recording Jesse and I could not say it better than her, because I've said that a lot of times. She puts herself in harm's way for us. She would say, let me take the jam. Let her mash up my character. Let her mash up my character. So these are the things that y'all don't see behind the scenes. When we would say things like, the politics of today, we need to put our families, because people like, Instagram era, they like to know where you're eating, they like to know where your child name is. She would say, listen, I rather lose than see PNM mash up all your family. Those are the conversations that we have with her behind the scenes. Because, and I mean, it's a loving, a compassion. Okay, so, well, all right, but we have to do it. Okay, well, we have to find a way, because you have to balance it, because I don't want y'all. She knows what she's gone through, what her character has gone through. I can tell you in the short space of time that I'm in public life, what my character has gone through, what people have said about my marriage. I mean, just last week, people say I've been illegal homeschooling my daughter. And these are prominent activists. So it's not an easy road. And as I said, I give her plenty credit to say we are going it alone. Go out there and work the ground. Trust in the work that you are doing. We will win. And you are seeing the numbers increasing. And that is where the citizenry, that's where all the different people who do not understand servant leadership, who do not understand how to play as a team member and always want to be star boy and star girl. You know how many people have said, UNC don't use Marsha enough, boy. UNC don't use Marsha enough, boy. So when I doing little memes behind the scene and people have no idea and they think UNC kick me out, but it's really because I'm working behind the scenes. And people would say, but she's this and she's that. I need to build my political muscle. I need to be behind the scene. People do not understand how long Kamla Persad-Bissessor was behind the scene before she had her season. How much jamming, how much unfair treatment she had within the UNC, behind the scenes. These things allow the young ones, well, sometimes they call us, like the young cubs, to build up, to learn. Just like the Lion Kingdom, they had to eat a little bit of meat. They had to try to chase a bird first. So that is proper transitioning. You're not throwing a lion cub out in the wild before they're ready. Build, learn, work within constituency offices, learn how to draft a private motion, learn how to do these things. You shouldn't be getting a post because your last name is Manning. That's not how it should work. The country deserves better than that. And so it may appear as though, what is UNC doing? Sometimes it may appear that way, but I'll go back to the animal kingdom. When the lioness is getting ready to pounce, unlike the lion, who like to come big and bold and spread out all that's why he can't hunt. Because he revealed himself too early. The lioness know how to stoop, how to stay quiet, how to hide in the bush. And do she walk quiet when nobody watching? But when the time right, everybody get lick up. So sometimes it may seem to the people who don't know what's going on behind the scenes, I know what's going on. But it may be that she's on the hunt. She's pouncing. She's lowering under the bushes to get the right time, to do what she needs to do, to protect her cubs. So I just want to put that out there, you know, and as I say, going back to it, sometimes we need to, when we making comments about corruption and whatever, let's bring the people who could properly dialogue, so that, because the country deserves it. I mean, if you all listen to my speech on Thursday, people like to say don't politicize the death of our children, etc. But it's all policy. All these policies mean it's political. So I have to politicize it because it's our legal framework, whether we resource the Children's Authority properly, all these things are political. So when we don't give the right respect to politics and to headlines and to propaganda and to scandal, in essence, what we are doing is failing our children. And I mean, I thought I was here to talk about children, you know, so I could go straight into that. But, you know, that's where I definitely agree with Marcia in terms of the media has a role in the deterioration of our society.
It's an open panchayat.
We have to make sure we prosecute the information in a free and fair manner. So I'll stop now.
Excellent job. Excellent job. Marcia, say something.
All right. Lorraine, we haven't met, have we?
No, we've not.
We have to arrange that.
Well, I am, you know, well, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar knows a few things about me, a lot of things about me. I think there's very little about me she doesn't know. I'm what, you know, a lot of people call Lone Ranger. I have been in, what's a new word that came on the scene with the pandemic? Isolation. No, that's not a word. What's the word they use? First,
Your lockdown.
to stay inside. Yeah. I've been social distancing for a longer time. So I've never really come out into the open. So the fact that we haven't met is my fault. That because I like to stay at home, and I've been like this since I was a child. Some people see it as me not having a life, but I am someone who loves being alone. Right? So it's nice to meet.
I love being alone as well. This takes everything out of me.
Yeah, to come out. Yeah.
I would never have thought this is what I would have been called to do in life.
You know, Marsha was the candidate for Digger Martin West in the last election.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and she had some tit for tat and some almost physical with Keith Rowley.
And Gary Griffith.
I accused him of having a problem with women when I did my talk program on Talk City.
I do think he does. He does.
Under the UNC-led People's Partnership government. It was a UNC-led partnership, right? So,
but it was not a dictatorship. So
not at all.
Right, and that's too low. Right. So that's, and I would say, you know, if it's anything, is that maybe we are too democratic. You know, so some people will say we need to reel in our membership, etc. But I would definitely rather, if we had to choose, the too loose. But that's also why, if we want to work in a democratic space, I do believe that the leader thinks there needs to be one leader. So
but I think both, Marsha,
5 political leaders thinking they have the same say. You know?
Actually, Marsha, both are bad. Too dictatorial and too loose.
No, I agree. Both are bad.
Both types of leadership are bad. There must be some sort of balance, which both Keith Rowley and Kamala Prasad-Bissessar need to bring to their leadership. So you can't have a situation where one seems to have too many screws screwed onto their head too tight, and the other one too many screws screwed on too loosely. both situations are bad, and there must be balance.
Well, that's why she made the
to bring
decision,
better
which was a
leadership.
strong decision, which was definitely not a loose decision, that we will go it alone. Because there
And
will
that
be
I am
one
in full
political
support
leader.
of that. And the
Pardon?
reason for that is because politics is a numbers game, and UNC does have the numbers to win elections.
They
And I have made the
absolutely do.
I have made the point that election victories under Keith Rowley's leadership has been shady and questionable. When you examine some of the results and things that happened, case in point, the EBC shifting seats and constituency holes unknown to the public, which is illegal, right? So I see Diane come on one time. That is like a kind of red flag. I'm not going to say anything to jeopardize.
No, go ahead. No.
I'm just making the point. I just use that as a case in point that the EBC did move some seats where people are accustomed voting and they went there to vote. It was moved, right? And that is supposed to be announced when the EBC is doing that, and they did reckless, illegal things like that. And people were on Facebook asking why wasn't it challenged, as happened in the case of Topo Sangre Grande in particular. But since you came to talk about the youth, I made the point that we've had a very sad few weeks where we've had so reckless and dangerous parenting. We lost our children to the water, either in a tub, in a pool, in a river, and we've had our women slaughtered at home, domestically in the most brutal ways. The latest one being after the man chop up the woman, he take a saw and he saw off her head. That is a lot of rage. So we have a youth ministry and we have a government. What, Marcia, do you believe this government has done for the youth of this country that you would say is good, and what it is that they've done?
Well, they've done nothing. Starting from, if we remember, when Keith Rowley first came into office, he did not even have a ministry dedicated to the children. Ayanna Webster Roy only got this position under the office of the Prime Minister when the media called him out and said, so what happened to the girl from Tobago? She don't get nothing, or? And he said, oh, that's an oversight. If we remember, and that is where, I challenge people again, Kamla and Keith are not the same. If we remember, Kamla Prasad-Bissessar was the one who operationalized the legislation to form the Children's Authority. And even before she was Prime Minister under Basdio Pandey, she would have worked and finessed that same package of legislation that would have given way to the Children's Authority. So she's always been someone who was basically saying we need more legislation to help protect our children. We need more legislation to help protect our children. Just like she would have worked with Dr. Daphne Phillips with the cohabitation laws. So, there's a saying, and I don't want to put down men because there's a place for men in government for sure, obviously, right? But the United Nations, there's a quote, I cannot remember right now who had said it, right? But women would think of things that a man would never think about. And so you get a lot more...
The motherly instinct.
Right. And you get a lot more balanced legislation when you have a proper complement of the genders inside of your policy making. So, again, Kamla Prasad-Bissessar would have been the one to fight for that legislation. Dr. Daphne Phillips would have been fighting for legislation with women. Then Manning administration would have sat on the legislation, did nothing with it while Manning was in power. When Kamla Prasad-Bissessar came into power, she was the one working on things. And again, if you know behind the scenes, a lot of people say we have 5 years. 5 years in Trinidad and Tobago is not a long time. One, because we have to address the issue of permanent secretaries, public servants, and the infiltration of PNM inside of there. So there is so for instance, of course, THA, you're seeing it now. Mr. Minority Leader talking about minority opposition, there's victimization, there's victimization. Could you imagine if Kamala say, listen, once you have a PNM party card, out of here, it would be chaos, right? But the truth of the matter is, getting things done takes a while. I mean, look, Rowley 7 years later is still blaming the People's Partnership, saying, well, they're fixing their mess. So could you imagine fixing 30 years of PNM's mess? So she would have had to stabilize the country. Oil prices would have been low. There was a lot going on. Unfortunately, she would not have been able to set up the Children's Authority, let's say day one, like May 2010 kind of thing. So she had to fix the legislation, get the legislation in place, get the funding, because the legislation now had to be operationalized. So you have to get a ministry. So when people talk about, Kamala had a large cabinet. Again, these things are just kind of like clickbait propaganda, mental slavery, if you ask me. Because unlike Rowley, who have 3 ministers in the Ministry of Agriculture, which is a small ministry, but he has 3 ministers, 1, 2, 3. Kamala would have put in a ministry to be able to handle, the Children's Authority, etc. So she would have set things up, we have to get the funding, etc., to put the Children's Authority in place. When we left office, from 2016, you would see almost weekly Barry Padarath, who would have been the shadow at the time, because she never just leaves the UN, the PNM to their own, right? We always have shadow ministers, shadow MPs, etc. And you could see Barry Padarath nearly every week saying there are issues with the children, what's going on. We need more legislation to empower the Children's Authority. They gave solution after solution, right? And I know Tim Gopi Singh is putting together a package. Again, us trying to set the record straight, because the media isn't helping. So we are working overtime. If you look at it, we are on Facebook, on Instagram, on everything. We are live somewhere in the country every single day, because we are working 24 hours a day to correct the narrative.
1 second, guys. Diana, can you do the top of the hour and we come right back to it?
Yeah, sure.
Let's stop the station break.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Not hearing Diana. I'm not hearing you. Your mic might be muted.
My bad.
Yeah.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. In the village, we have a co-host, a special guest co-host tonight, Miss Marcia Braveboy and Miss Walker in the house. Broadcasting from Maplewood, New Jersey. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays from 7 to 9 p.m. WZYE 95.9 FM. Continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, you look at that, and that is where you would see a clear difference. Again, so when people talk about don't politicize the death of our women, don't politicize the death of our children, we have to politicize it, because we were speaking about legislation for a while now. I was going into the part with the children. Tim Gopi Singh is putting together a information package for us.
Where's the pastor located?
We do have to try to correct information in the public domain. And that is where there's a clear difference. Mm-hmm. Gary, you're trying to speak. I'm hearing somebody. I'm not sure if somebody was asking me a question.
You guys continue. Go ahead, continue.
Oh, okay. Yes. So, I mean, that for me is a big issue. Let's talk Children's Authority in particular. This is not the first time, first of all, that kind of report has come out, right? You would have seen that the Prime Minister said, well, we didn't just sit on our bums and do nothing. We knew that there was an inclination. So the minister inside your office comes and says to you, well, we think there's an inclination of abuse. You know, we have an inclination of abuse or something odd is going on in the Children's Authority. One, you got that March 2021, you have to be living under a rock if you don't realize something is going on, because the opposition was raising it constantly.
But before the opposition raised it, any management team should be monitoring any organization that they operate.
But the director, the ex-director of Children's Authority, Hanif Benjamin, said that they were speaking, they were making recommendations, they were saying certain things. So for the Prime Minister to come and say, well, you know, we had an inclination, again, what rock were you living under?
And it's been too much. It's too much. It's too much to the extreme. It's too much.
So they're not so to answer Marcia's question, they're not doing anything. They're not doing enough. Whatever they're doing is not enough. And you know, it's like parents. I'm gonna use, because of course that's my background, right? Parenting activists. You know, parents that like to say, well, I put food over here, food on the table, which is food that the child doesn't like, which is a whole other conversation on its own. You send the child to school, well, they're in school, but the child isn't learning properly because the child have issues at school, and they have a roof over your head, but the roof have 1,000 leak and it's not a conducive place to live in. And you think that that's you being a good parent. So if the child want more, the child ungrateful. And I feel as though that's the Keith Rowley way now. Like, we in government, we showing up every day, kinda, when they're not on the golf course. So what more you want? The Children's Authority operating, we funding the homes. What more you want? You're ungrateful. Like, that's his attitude. You know, like, but we knew in March 2021 that there was a problem. So that's why we said, we do the report. So what all they complaining about is we do the report. So obviously we're not sitting down doing nothing. Like, that's his attitude. So you are telling me that you knew there was instances of something going on. There was something going on in our children's home. So you did a report in March, got the results of the report, had a task force, you got the report December 2021. What were you doing from December 2021 to just a few weeks ago? You had taste a carnival, he tastes Nyland pool in Tobago, he tastes golf all the time, tastes whoever, whatever, ever else. Why did you sit on this report for 5 months, nearly 6 months? Again, let's talk about the differences. People like to say that there was a lot of failure, etc., in the People's Partnership. And I genuinely believe, again, that's a mental something. So when we talk about email gate, so Kamala would have fire Gary, fire Annan, fire whoever, or Jack or whatever. Her thing, her stance was, in politics, not only must we be pure and clean, we must appear to be so as well. So anytime your name is in some drama, some scandal, I'm asking you to step down, focus on clearing your name, and then come back.
Well, you know, I disagree with her on that.
Okay, fine.
Jump too quick.
Right. So, but no. So you see, you are disagreeing because of how PNM has weaponized that. And that is the problem with, and citizens have to decide, do we want propaganda or do we want proper governance? The Westminster system demands that. Do we remember a little birthday party, and look at what went on in England with Boris. The Westminster system demands that once your name is called in anything, you ought to step down and clear your name. Keith Rowley and let me give Jack his jacket. He is amazing at twisting the facts. That man is a propaganda specialist. So he has weaponized that stance of Kamala to say that we corrupt, we incompetent, we in this, we in that. She had to move minister. So that is why, no matter what allegations against Faris, no matter what allegations, look, the last allegation with Foster Cummins is crazy. It is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane that a special branch report would talk about drug leaders, drug pushers, gang leaders and stuff like that. And he is like, well, the special branch reporters come to me and me and see nothing in it. So I dismiss it. Full stop. If Kamala had, like that's a big hashtag, if Kamala had. So his way of dealing with things is to stand boldface and say, I don't care what you say, it's not true. Again, you know what that reminds me of? And that speaks to me, the human being, the character of Keith Rowley. Marcia, I don't know, Diana, I mean, I don't want to say it. Maybe I'm sure girls do the same thing, right? But I, as a girl, so I know it from being boys, and I have 4 brothers. So I watch Real Boy thing. And you come home with a hickey on your neck. You convince the girl that she put the hickey there, you know, when they get, you know, gaslighting and they're angry and they make you sit down and wonder, maybe I going off because you so wrong and strong that maybe I'm really crazy. That is a psychological tool. And that is a tool that Keith Rowley uses. So he leaves his ministers there because they're not incompetent, they're not failing, they're not corrupt. Whereas Kamala Persad-Bissessar would have said, listen, the highest level of integrity is to step down, play your name, and come back. But we have taken
Marsha, she jumped too quick.
That step.
I disagree with that because she allowed the opposite side to destroy her team, her strong team that she had. The very key people, Anand Ramlogan was a very key person that was very important to this government. So they were attacking the generals in that was signed in that you needed on your side. Okay, and every little stupidness that they talk about, you want to move. So
but
every grumble that
2020 hindsight, everything hindsight, right? Hindsight, 2020 vision. Let me tell you, if she didn't pull him down, we'd be sitting having a different conversation, saying, yeah, but you had massive allegations and they didn't do anything. So you know she encouraging corruption. So listen, in politics you can't win. In politics you can't win. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
They say Anand was in New York in the consulate day making racist statement, and Anand was never in New York at the time they talk about that. That's the kind of stupidness. So because
that was
kind of propaganda,
that was one of the Dennis Wren stories that was fed to her by the people, and that was a lie. That I spoke about.
You know, it is. So listen, there is no organization and no human being and no leader.
The better Minister of National Security.
There is no government that's going to be perfect. So this comes down to, and Gary Mahabir, you are doing exactly what the media is accustomed doing right now. Listen to you focusing more on what Kamala could have done. I'm talking about Keith.
No,
we're talking about what Keith Rowley has done.
I'm telling you right up that I disagree with her. Moving so quick to remove Gary and Anna.
And if you think that you will find a human being where you will agree on everything 100%, then again, the citizens need to sit down and think what we really want. Because we would have moved somebody because we disagree with a few things for somebody where we disagree with 100 things, 100% of the things. So we have to sit and decide. And this again is the focus. Instead of focusing on, because I haven't heard you said what Kamala did right. And that is the standard that we're talking about. We are happy to talk about what Kamala did wrong, but we are not focusing on what Kamala did right. And so we have to admit that we are part of the reason PNM is still where they are. And we are part of the reason for the government, the PNM government, being in power. Because if we understood that what we should be doing is talk about, so in every breath, talk about what she did well. So yes, I agree that our communication, and so you would see again, and all of these people who would have been part of the People's Partnership are now the anti-Kamala gang, right? But why are we not saying, you know what? That's actually good. Because on one hand, we're saying that the People's Partnerships had a lot of failures. But then on the next hand, you're saying, but then she should have kept all these people. So
no one here, Marsha, hold on, Marsha. No one here said that Kamala Persad-Bissessar had a lot of failures. We are fully cognizant of the fact that the Kamala Prasad-led government did consciously did a lot of programs for children and differently abled people. Hence, all those grants were in place and strong social programs that people like Louis Neesing and Keith Rowley, and they played a lead role in saying she turned the society into a welfare state. So we know that she has done a lot for women, children, and underprivileged, differently abled people. We are fully aware of that. And she is personally close to that situation because she has an autistic grandson so that she speaks about, yeah? Yes. So that matter is very dear to her, to look after people who have those challenges. So this program never said that. You came and spoke about people who say that, but don't attribute.
No, actually, because we started the program with talking about the People's Partnership, or the UNC and the PNM are both taking the country for fools. That was the first thing that was said. Now,
well, Tommy, I think when it came on, Tommy made that point. But
yes,
the rest of us,
so it is said on the program. So that's the program. The second part is Gary is now, instead of focusing, because the response to what I just said was not you. You did not respond to say, you know what? You're right. Kamala did this, Kamala did that. We went off from what I said to challenge what Kamala did not do. And so until we take a step back and look at ourselves and say, you know, maybe we are actually falling for it as well. Because every time someone comes on and talks about what Kamala did, my response is, well, what Kamala didn't do. Versus the point of right now is, the truth of the matter is, had Kamala Prasad-Bissessar been our prime minister, we very well may not be seeing the absolute craziness that we're seeing with children and women. Had Kamala Prasad-Bissessar had,
I can agree with that. But
had she had a second term, much less a third term, to work on the Children's Authority, to continue legislation, to continue those programs, we would have been a society. Could you imagine where our education system would be? When we're talking about,
we would not have had a lockdown for sure, with the borders closed, and have the country in the stagnant
had some kind of online schooling, every child would have had a laptop, every child would have had a tablet, and they would have had a proper online schooling. But we would have also, because you spoke about her closeness to those that learn differently. Remember, testing, proper testing. You cannot have a society where you just dump boys and girls into school. We have to look at the science. It's either we're following the science or we're not. When a child is struggling in school, they are going to act out. That is going to result in violence in schools. When a child is struggling in school, when a child is facing abuse at home, where you think they're going to act out? So you want to come and bring police, etc., when you are not addressing the preventative measures. And the political leader would have spoken about that, I think it's 2 Mondays ago. Crime fighting has to start with prevention. And that would be through our parenting policies. That would be through our social programs, through all of those things. So we have to consciously understand that, and I say it big and bold, a vote for Keith Rowley is to say you hate children and you hate women, because he hates children and he hates women, and it's clear his policies.
Why would you say that? Why would you say? Why did you say that?
I just said it. His policies are clear. He, from the start, I showed it, right? I showed it. So you can see all my hand movement. One, right? Totally he totally did.
Marsha, maybe he's ignorant. I won't say hate. Maybe he's ignorant of the fact of certain things.
Well, okay. Well, then what rock you living under? What rock? Listen, Barry Padarath, we have it on Hansard. He continued to say the Children's Authority is unresourced. And then Ayanna Webster Roy for 7 years.
Well, it's coming from my UNC, so they don't want to hear that from the UNC.
Well, then you're not ignorant. Then you are stubborn. Then you do not have. Then you have your party needs and your propaganda over the people. So it cannot be ignorant if we are bringing the stats to you. Ayanna Webster Roy. So this one didn't come from the UNC. Ayanna Webster Roy said they did a study, right? And 70% of adults admitted that if they knew about child abuse in their neighborhood, they would not report it because it's not their business. So you cannot say you're ignorant because you are doing these studies, you're getting the information, which is something, again, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar says all the time. Hines will come and say, or Farris will come and say, just like Manning, we know the gangs, we know where the guns come. Okay, so if you know the information, fix it. So they are definitely not ignorant. They are definitely not ignorant. So stop making, and that's the whole thing, Gary. You're making excuses for kids.
No, I'm not making excuses.
You are.
Some people had,
no, don't water it down and don't make it nicer than it is.
No,
he
what
has
I'm saying,
the
some
information. He has the information. Anytime a prime minister could say women are like golf courses and golf courses are like women and they need to be groomed, that is not having information. Call it as it is, Gary.
What is a combination?
I'm calling children donkey heads and saying they behave like hyenas in the African jungle.
Hyenas in the African jungle. Call it as it is. Call it as it is.
Okay, she could back up my dog. I go ignore she cat. Right? Yeah, he said that about Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. She could back up my dog. I go ignore she cat.
This is the second time the man talking about the political. You talking about your colleagues. I mean, Gary, you work in the States. That is workplace harassment. You talking about your parliamentary colleagues' nightwear? This is second time the man talking about Kamala nightwear.
What I'm going to get to Marsha and Marcia is that we need to come to the understanding where certain resources has to be put in place, right, to address and treat with the issues that we're dealing with.
But you need the government to admit that they've been under-resourcing.
And we have to force the government into a position, not only the opposition, the population has to be educated on
the population has to want to be educated, Gary. The truth is, so the main media not carrying it.
But that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
So but the UNC's social media platform is amazing. All you want to talk young and fresh? Talk young and fresh. We had, must be 10 media release last week in one day. All MPs put their media releases onto the UNC's page. So, and most of the mainstream media carried the story. So if you don't have the information, you don't want the information. Because it literally means following the UNC's page and you will get the information. We spoke about, and we just released little 1-minute videos. The government owes TNTech hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, I was looking at the finance committee.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. So if you don't know that, it is because you don't want to know it. Because Barry Padrath put out a short 1-minute video. Anita Haynes put out a short 1-minute video. Those videos were shared on the United National Congress. I don't know if the media carried it. But again, if you know that something is going wrong with the mainstream media, then it's upon you.
What caught my attention is the 100
Parliament
million
channel is
determined by the
streamed
Prime
live.
Minister.
What's that?
The 100 million, when they ask the question about the 100 million, that's to be
that's for the Prime Minister. So you know what the next question? You know what the next question will be? Is where's the Prime Minister? Why wasn't he there? So again, people want to talk about Kamala. If you look at the opposition leader during that standing finance committee, when they were dealing with it, right? She was there with her pen, her $2 pen, by the way, no Montblanc or anything, dealing with it with her pen and her paper, in it with her troops. She was asking questions line by line. Where was Keith Rowley? Where was Keith Rowley? So the office of the Prime Minister asking for extra money, but you're not there to answer it. You're not there to lead your troops. You are not there with your troops. She was in the middle of everything, asking questions. She was like any one of her MPs back and forth with her troops, drilling the government. So when people talk about the opposition week, that is a lie. All you have to do is watch that one sitting. I challenge Trinidad and Tobago, just watch that one sitting that happened on Friday. And you will see Kamala Prasad-Bissessar is as vibrant as ever. and the opposition is as vibrant as ever. They were going line by line by line. You ask for what was $17 million, $700 million or something like that, right? Some ridiculous figure for extra rent for one property in the judiciary. But the Attorney General, with his arrogance, come and say he's not inclined to go and find out who it is he paying. So Kamala said, listen, are you mad? Do you understand that you have a duty to answer that question? So if you can't answer it right now, you must take it upon yourself. Go find the answer and bring it back before the budget debate on Monday. You have to do it. Oh no, he don't have to do nothing. Well, she called him out and the speaker had to eventually correct him. Again, the media, well, I see the media carry that one, but that's a clip. I have the clip. I put it on Facebook.
The whole thing yesterday. I almost watched the whole thing yesterday.
Yeah, it was really good. It was very good. And then Padarat say, so, I mean, everybody owe TNTech money. You don't think that's contributing to the
we have
to the financial problems of TNTech?
Students who can't get paid up to now. So there's a lot of issues with people not non-payment for a long period of time.
But in particular, Gary, the TNTech issue, right? You gone to RIC to lobby for the regular folk to have an increase in these rates. Because you're saying that TSTT, TNTech, all these people in the red. So, and it's because the rates are too low. No, it's not because the rates too low. It's because the government ain't paying their bills. If the government were to pay the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars outstanding to TNTech, well, in fact, we go get a little subsidy or something.
We have issues with the services getting
Marcia
to the people.
has a question.
You got it, Marcia.
Oh, I'm not hearing.
Your mic muted, Marcia.
Okay, just excuse Marsha. Just hold, Gary, hold on. Yeah, my VPN just cut off, so which means the internet will go off. So if you can.
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, so I'll hold on till Marsha comes back. Yeah, so Marsha, go ahead. So what we want to focus on is that how do we get the resources that we need and the government to recognize what we need with far as meeting the needs of the children that we're dealing with the issues here right now.
The citizens have to come out. The citizens have to
that's
come
what
out.
I'm saying. So we
I would also call on all these various third people popping up all over the place to put people first. I'm going to give a classic example. I'm going to use Gary because I know that's your boy, Gary Griffith. When paragraph 4 was brought up in Parliament, paragraph 4 was what gave rise to the entire Police Service Commission drama. Philip Alexander, the independent senators, Gary Griffith, none of them, well, Gary Griffith at the time, because it would have been, this one in particular benefited him. But it was the opposition that brought a motion to Parliament to say that paragraph was unconstitutional. It's wrong. It should be scrapped. Where were the independent senators? Where were the Philip Alexanders and all the other activists and one-man political?
Yeah, but I understand that. But what I'm saying,
So don't gloss over it. Don't gloss over it because it's a serious point. Because you asked, how do we get it? How do we get it? We get it by not being blind UNC haters. So when UNC calls for paragraph 4 to be scrapped, everybody's boots should have been on the ground calling for paragraph 4 to be scrapped.
The point I want to make, Marsha, is a lot of people is not on social media. So we have to get into the communities and kind of educate the people a little bit on how to draw them out with this issue. how we do it.
UNC has cottage meetings, had cottage meetings with the procurement legislation all over the place. But you can't say people aren't on social media because, again, and this is where you are being unfair and you are adding to it.
No, what I'm saying,
gave you the answer.
no, Marsha, what
No,
I'm
but I
saying
gave
to
you
is
the
we
answer.
have
Philip
to do a
Alexander, who
mixture.
likes to boast. Philip Alexander, who likes to boast about all the reach that he can reach and how much he could lobby people. Because he likes to say that
we have to do a mixture. Forget Philip. I ain't concerned about Philip. What I'm saying to you is
no, but I am telling you, I'm telling you the answer. Had these political parties come on board and said, listen, you see, paragraph 4 is trouble. But because UNC say it, they didn't listen.
It's my thing and your thing.
Right.
It's not our thing.
And so that is how we begin, Gary. It will begin when all these various leaders, because that's it, the reason you're called a social media influencer is because you can influence your particular tribe. So we have this attitude that if UNC says it, we ain't following it and we're not supporting it. So that is the answer. That is the answer. Because let me tell you something, UNC could only do so much. So we are in the trenches. We are in the trenches. You saw it the week that I came in a UNC shirt because why? We were on the ground. We are on the ground. But when you have everybody bad talking to UNC because why? I'd say it plain, Gary. It is because they want their own political gain. If they were really truly patriotic and they wanted the best for the country, they would have said, wait, paragraph 4, that's a legit private motion. We need to support it. But after the fact, when shit hit the fan, when poop hit the fan, you come and say, paragraph 4, paragraph 4, paragraph 4. None of y'all would dare be humble enough to say, you know what? UNC
Diana, if you're listening, we got Marcia back in the background again there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Nobody would be fair to say UNC raised it. Nobody would be fair to say, you know what? UNC has been pounding the pavement with regards to Children's Authority and the resourcing of Children's Authority since 2016. Had these political parties been interested, they would have said to all of their supporters, you know what? UNC is right. They've been pounding the pavement since 2016. That is a right call. Let us join them in it. When UNC was doing their march, the same pot and spoon. Now you hear about the PDP going and do a pot and spoon march, but the UNC Women's Arm did a pot and spoon march. Why didn't these political parties come and say, we will join? Why didn't they? Because they are more concerned with their own benefit. And I say it big and bold, Gary. You need to call them out because you interview them, you share their stuff, you have relationships with them. You need to ask them, why aren't they supporting the cause? Because that is how it will work. But when you come and you are further dividing the population. They are further dividing the population. And the UNC is the only party that is day in, day out. Every day we are on the ground. We are with the people. We are fighting. Nobody else was fighting. How many cases we have before the court? Every single thing that we could fight in the court, we are fighting in the court. So when people say, well, the opposition is the opposition, not the same EBC, we have cases in the court. Everything we could file Freedom of Information Acts for, we filed. In fact, the same Gary who was victimized, who it is file the Freedom of Information Act to even point out and bring it to the forefront that, hey boy, you're being played. You know that? It was UNC. But instead of coming under the UNC banner, humbling yourself, everybody wants to be a star boy. That reminds me of football. When the star boys don't get play, they just want to move club. And many a coach have said, you know what? I will bench my star boys and I will play with team players. And they have had better results. Sometimes star boys need to understand that you need to not just be a star boy, but you need to be a team player.
That team player I understand with our people quite a bit. I mean, even my experiences with helping the people that was stranded, people say, bring this one, bring that one, bring Philip, bring Winston Ragoon. Them look at me like and just didn't do anything to help. When I reach out to everybody, bring Ian Allen, bring this one. Everybody stand over there watching me while I struggle to help people get back into the country suffering outside here. So we don't seem to understand, to put country and people first before their own agenda. And this is what's lacking.
Right. And so you ask, how do we get it? We get it when every single person puts people first. That is how we get it. We have to humble ourselves and put people first.
Yeah, I'm encouraging the information to be delivered both on the ground, on social media. Utilize every means you can.
Every means. But Gary, we were in Diego Martin. We had TT Speaks in Diego Martin, so we were on the ground.
What kind of response did you get?
Do you know? Let me tell you something. Yeah? I had some people, and now it's true, I get it. In Diego Martin right now is a hot spot. We have a lot of murders. So, of course, in Rich Plain, in Bagatelle, you had a lot of murders and stuff. There's a lot of gang activity going on right now. So people need to be home before 6 o'clock. That's the truth. They just cannot be out on the road, right?
But these bandits are not operating in any time frame nowadays. They broad daylight.
Yeah, but it's worse. So they do. Listen, they do home work back home. So it's really a difficult time right now. Then you have the others who, and we had it in Diamond Vale. So what we tried to do was have it in the middle almost. So not in a hot spot, but not in no bouge, so everyone could feel, comfortable. We had a shooting that night, so we had a lot of people message saying they had to turn around, they couldn't make it and stuff. But to be fair, the turnout was awesome. But again, you can't say we're not on the ground because we were there. People like to say things like, UNC, like big UNC, those supports places like Diego Martin. You had Jerlene John, you had Ravi Rati Ram, you had Arnold Ram, you had the PRO, you had several members of NATEX was there speaking. We had one of the biggest lineups that there were. So clearly there is support there. Clearly there is support, right? Kamla Prasad-Biswas is listening. And within reason, she is responding. We cannot respond to everything. There are a lot of times I say to people, listen, I need help. Diego Martin West, our constituency needs help. So don't come and say, Marsha, you need to do this, Marsha, you need to do that, Marsha, you need to do this, Marsha, you need to do that, Marsha, you need to do that. But you're not willing to come and help. Right? So, yes,
Miss Walker, I'm calling for a brief moment. I have to play something here.
Yes, of course.
All opinions and views expressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff. All opinions and views expressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
Okay, we good, Diana? Not hearing you, Diana.
You can continue.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
You know what WhatsApp just came? You know what WhatsApp just came? Let me bring it close to you. Ooh, where's the camera?
Okay.
There's
Right, you seeing it?
Yeah.
Senator David Naked in Tunapuna today.
Okay, what's he doing in Tunapuna?
Yeah.
But Gary just said be on the ground.
Miss Walker, I am the one in the village here that is the neutral person, right? I left TNT in 1979 when the PNM was in, or unless somebody else was. I remember, I think it might have been George Chambers. I don't know. Correct me, old brain. And since then, I'm hearing people are disgruntled with the incumbent, but they're not seeing the UNC as a viable option.
I think that's PNM propaganda. If you are
You
not
think so?
seeing the UNC as a viable option, you are not being fair to the information. I literally. So you talk about back all then, right? Well, do you realize that if PNM stayed in office and UNC did not come into office, one, we would never have had minimum wage. That came from a UNC government. We would never have had the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Manning could rename it all he wants. Eric Williams, see how much boom and bust. Chambers, every PNM government, see how much booms, how many oil booms. For 30 years, PNM governed this country uninterrupted and never once thought that they should give the people minimum wage, that they should save some money and put it aside for a rainy day. So again, that is PNM marketing that you guys are all, I'm calling it out, you're falling for. Is like the ad that says,
go ahead, I'm listening.
And you're playing the ads, right? So you know you are media. You need that
but we don't play those ads.
You need that shoe. No, but you know, you the 95. Why do you have to mention the name of the station at the top of the hour? Because repetitive messaging is important. Repetitive messaging is important. And I would say that is where the UNC, and we are working on it. We have been too gentlemanly. We've been too gentlemanly. But I've just called it. It's not the same.
I'm drinking some coconut water and mine.
Nice. It's not the same. Women would not have cohabitation if it was for PNM. We would not have minimum wage if it wasn't for PNM. And Keith Rowley wouldn't have the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to raid if it wasn't for UNC.
Ms. Walker, you talk about on the ground. Now, Anselm on many, many occasions, he always talks about buildings in Chumakak. And I got involved the other day with the Wassa situation in the Beetham. IAC, Miss Professor in there with them people. They are Trinbagonians.
But wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So what is wrong with seeing someone else? Because Mrs. Pasabi Sessa wasn't in Diego Martin West. Again, we are not a one-person party, yeah? Let me understand that. We're not a one-person show.
But the situation in the Beetham was a dire situation.
Where was Rowley? Where was Rowley?
I agree with your question also. I agree with your statement.
So let's address where was Rowley. No. Let's address where was Rowley.
I think he might. I don't know where you are.
No.
He might have been drinking water and minding his business. But listen,
Kamala Persad-Bissessa has a full team. And to ask Kamala Persad-Bissessa to be in every situation, everywhere, she has a team.
Well, then
y'all want her to step down. Y'all want her to step down, or you want her to be in power until she's 100 years old. She has a team that is building on the ground.
Break the norm. Why are you waiting on Dr. Rowley to go and see about your...
But she sent people.
I would have preferred to see Mrs. Bissessa in there worrying about them little children's skin that breaking out in rash.
So she can't worry about people by sending a team. Again, it's either you want her to transition or not.
See her there. Because that's a national crisis.
And I am saying I don't want her to see her there. And I'm saying I don't want to see her there.
Why not?
So whose opinion? So whose opinion matters?
I would have preferred to see.
I prefer to see her send a young person.
Suffering,
I prefer to see her send a young person. I prefer, but why are we spending so much time on that? Again, the media, y'all do not even realize how y'all are falling for it.
You talking about anything? I listen to me. I don't own any party card in Trinidad, and I've never voted it.
And that is even worse. You know why? Because you all come across as independent, but you're not.
I am for the oppressed, suppressed people. Whether you're UNC, Trinbagonian, for the Trinbagonian.
Talk for 5 minutes about why Keith Rowley wasn't there, and I've given you the answer.
We have spoken.
I've given you the answer.
We have
Y'all
to
want
be-
transition.
the-
or you don't
both
want
of them
transition?
should have been there.
Gary,
But
that's why I said, damn if you do,
but you
damn
know,
if you don't.
but you know who went through there? Who walked through the beater?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Solomon Watson Juke made it his business.
Oh, because
to
he
go
not
and
in,
see what
because
going
he's
on
not
there.
in power. Because he's not in power and he's a one-man show.
You
If
see?
he had 41 shadow MPs, somebody
You see?
else would have gone.
You see?
Listen, if
I did.
Kamala was when Kamala was it, she had her it time too, you know. Or they will find a way to victimize and villainize and hate on Watson Duke just now. Because you're loved.
Why?
Kamala.
Well, that's true. That's back now. But
Watson Duke has nobody to go. That's why he has to do it. And that is what I'm saying. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if she went,
have to.
if it was, when is a Kamala show? Y'all say it's a Kamala show. She's not empowering her people. When she empowers her people, where's Kamala? So the bottom line is y'all are Kamala haters without even knowing, because repetitive marketing,
that's a
repetitive
strong
marketing
statement.
has gotten into your head without you knowing.
Miss Walker, that's a strong statement. I admire
but I'm giving you the evidence to back it. But I'm giving you the evidence to back it.
Of Trinidad
I'm
and
giving you
Tobago.
the evidence to back
I
it.
may not agree with Dr. Keith Rowley's policies, but I don't hate and I will never disrespect the man. Nor will I disrespect Mrs. Bissessa. I can
But I
disagree
use hater
with
in
policy.
young people terms. I
can't hate Miss Bissessa. No, she's never
yeah,
done me anything.
But you're in
I've
media,
invited her on the show.
Media, so
and we
hater is
like
a term.
No, I don't hate. No, I want everybody to come through WZYE and lay their cakes. But I personally want to see, I'm
telling you why. And I'm telling you why.
Local election, then
and
you
I
will
am
see
telling you why
everything
a
wrapped up.
responsible party. I'm telling you why a responsible party who's interested in the future, who's interested in transitioning, who is interested in young people, who is interested in giving the young persons in the party a voice and a place and an opportunity to build their own name and build their own status. I'm telling you that the right move is to send your constituency coordinators.
So why can't
because if she does it, then people will say it's a Kamala show. So as I say, we can't win.
Why? I mean, why you talk about young people? Why doesn't Ms. Bissessa move aside and let the party be led by a young, vibrant?
I just explained it to you why. Because we are being groomed. So that is why you're actually contradicting yourself. You're actually contradicting yourself. She's given us the space to be on the air, to be on the media, to be on the ground, to lead the charge.
But she's
being a proper mom, while she's there guiding us and everything. So it's either you want her to step aside or not. Isn't this is stepping aside?
Leader of the party.
This is being a responsible leader and doing proper transition. If she just steps aside and we're not ready, then and then what? And then it collapses. And then it collapses. You have to do it properly. And so you are contradicting yourself. She is stepping aside. So when she steps aside and she's allowing us to take the media, allowing us to learn to handle ourselves, allowing us to be on the ground, allowing us to plan our events, allowing us to be the star of our show. Had Kamala Bissessa come down to Diego Martin West, you think Marsha Walker would be the star of Diego Martin West show? No.
But she still is the leader of the party.
So behind the scenes, she will guide, she will motivate, she will inspire, she will tell you what needs to be done, what is the message, how to do it. And then she says, all right, Cub, go show them what you've got.
All right,
that is stepping aside.
I understand what
proper
Marsha is
transition. That is proper transition.
I understand what Marsha is saying here. Now we want to get back to.
She says, "All right, Cub." Did you?
No, she doesn't know. I use that language because remember when I spoke about the lioness preparing her cubs in the animal kingdom. Remember I said that in the beginning of the show.
Okay, all right.
She didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, someone just tuning in would, because I mean that comes across as connotative, and it's...
Oh well, no. So so you see again, it all depends, right?
But it's true. I mean, compared to her, those people now coming on the scene are cubs.
Yes, exactly. And it's a lioness, and you get the vision of a lioness. And again, I'm using a powerful image of a lioness who is going to prepare her cubs to take over the kingdom. because the lion kingdom, I mean, they're like up on the, you know, they are the top of the chain, right? The animal
Yeah.
kingdom.
Yeah.
And a responsible mother, a responsible lioness would not send her cub to say, hey, go take on the giraffe, go take on the elephant or whatever it is, right? It's a preparation, there's a protection, and she's grooming her cubs to take on the kingdom. Which again, that is, if you think about it, a proper responsible way to step aside. So citizens like to say it's almost as though citizens think that, you know, and no disrespect, but it's like the footballers playing and then the people who cannot make a football team sitting in the stands and know the best thing to do, and they're the best coaches and they know what the coach should have done and they know what the player should have done, sitting on a bleacher. She knows what she's doing. And we've got to sit back and spend some time thinking and say, listen, based on where she's come from, clearly she's intelligent. Clearly she has some strategy, because you do not make it in a man's world. I mean, way back then as well, she would not have come from money, right? And you are pushing through, and the achievements that she's had, we need to sit back and go, let's trust that she knows what she's doing. But again, we're not being fair, because we say step aside. All right, what does step aside look like? Take your young ones and throw them in the pool and leave them to fend for themselves? Throw them in the deep end and are gone? No. Step aside is, I said it from the start, if you look at our lineup of candidates, they were all young. She didn't have a bunch of recycled politicians, but nobody will give her credit for that. There were no recycled politicians. She said, bring the fresh blood. You want to work hard? Come. Here's a seat at the table. And you get to learn, you get to work, you get to understand how to do a private motion, you get to understand how to speak in public, you get to do these things. And a leader will emerge, a leader will be trained, we will be groomed, everyone will be groomed, and that is responsible stepping aside. Stepping aside don't mean just retire and leave us alone.
Well,
So
we
it's
don't
either
want
you
one
wanted to
leader. We
step
want
aside or not.
many leaders. We want Marsha Walker to be trained. We want Jayanti to be trained. We want Anita to be trained. We want
Yes.
Khadija to be trained.
Yes, listen to the kind of powerhouse woman you call in there.
Well, there was,
So when you come and say no, so when you come and say you want Kamala there, so Marsha Walker not good enough to go and deal with the shooting in Bagatelle or what? Or in Blue Basin or what? Victor Roberts not strong enough?
So, Ms.
So-
Walker, let me
That's what she's doing. She's giving us our opportunity to work the ground, to build our muscles, to have our time in the spotlight.
Let me interject here, because I am Bajan also. I was born in Trinidad. My parents are Bajan. So I operate like a Bajan. I feel more Bajan than Trinbagonian. I honestly do. And I watch the way politics has divided the Trinidadian society.
PNM has divided, not politics. PNM.
Well,
PNM.
what is PNM? A political association, right? And I say to myself, the what is the motto on the coat of arms? What does it say? What's the first word?
Will you tell me? Because United National Congress clearly calls for uniting. National Congress. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar keeps telling all these formers who would have been sent to clear their name, she keeps telling them, come back under one umbrella. So clearly we believe in the together. Clearly we believe in the together.
Right. Together we aspire to get together. That's the first
Clearly
word.
we believe in it.
Why?
Yeah.
And I sit back and I observe Trinidad politics cabal as a Bajan, and I say to myself, why are they so polarized and they're all Trinis? What caused this?
You tell me, because I just said to Gary Mahabir when he asked me about resources, what was the solution? I said the solution is for all these one all over the place to humble themselves and come under one banner. Didn't I say that? I did. But maybe the problem is everybody want head honcho role, and Everybody wants their ego to be satisfied. Everybody wants to name themselves political leader, which is not putting the country first. Because everybody think they're a star boy. But a star boy can't come on a show and big up somebody else. They have to big up themselves. So that's the problem. Everybody need to feed their own egos.
And clearly, Miss Walker, in Trinidad, you have the two races, Indo and Afro, which are not present
what is the history?
on a larger scale for the Indo in
What
Barbados.
is the history of that division? What's the history?
Enlighten me.
When Eric Williams, when PNM lost their first election, what was his speech? What was the famous recalcitrant minority speech? Go and listen to, actually, you cannot listen to it anymore, and ask yourself that question. Why was that interview removed from Parliament Channel when PNM come into power? When they did an interview, a very telling interview with older people speaking about Eric Williams, who would have been inside of the PNM. Oh, and that interview can't be found on Parliament Channel anymore.
Eric Williams created the racial divide.
So that's why I say, Diana, you need to speak.
No, I mean,
PNM split the country, not politics. PNM split the country. And when you look at the name of the United National Congress, the United National Congress was formed, the two parties, Africa and India, then the name of their parties were African National Congress, Indian National Congress. And so our founding fathers decided what would be the name, the best name to start off with. Think about it. See, but we're not taking the time to know the history. We're not taking the time to know the history. The United National Congress has always been about uniting.
You came to referee, Ansem. You came to referee.
Yeah, but as a Bajan looking on,
don't look on. Then stop looking on. You're not looking on.
I don't like what I see.
Trying to be part of the conversation.
I don't like what
you need to learn your history.
Marsha will give you the education.
Yeah, but I don't like
Bajan looking on. If
I am a Bajan looking on. My parents are Bajan. I'm a Bajan and I don't like what I see.
You need a whistle.
I don't like what I see.
You want it
to win the your research.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let me just say a quick thing.
You're real scratchy and slim.
Okay, cool.
Your microphone is cold. Get some Benadryl.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm listening to the discussion, right? And I think there's just some things that are happening that are somewhat disingenuous. And first of all, right, Gary, black people cannot be racist.
Amen.
I don't
never
agree with
ever be a racist.
Marsha,
Google it. No, Gary, we got to stop with that. Gary,
yeah,
I
know that.
Eric Williams created racial divide in the country.
Okay, wait, Ansem.
I'm not hearing you.
Let me respond.
1 minute.
Let me respond to that. Mahatma Gandhi was a racist too. Can we go down that road?
Let's go down that road.
Mahatma Gandhi was racist against people that look like me.
Wait. 1 minute.
Let me go down that road.
Diana, Gary, Marsha, Gary, 1 minute. The first report that the UNC put up with the checklist, Marsha, you said Kamala Prasad said the mother of the nation, right? Nobody wouldn't deny that as the first Indian Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Many black people in Trinidad and Tobago acknowledge.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Keith Rowley denies that all the time.
What's not true?
Rowley denies it all the time.
Many, Marsha, you got to listen to me, Marsha.
But then don't say nobody.
Marsha, many. Marsha, I said many.
He said she calls herself that.
Because I said many. I said many.
Reject that.
Marsha,
she is first woman prime minister, so she is mother of the nation, as Eric Williams is seen as father of the nation.
But PNM rejects it.
And listen to this. The first report the UNC put out with the checklist stated that Dr. Williams is not the father of the nation.
Yes,
Marsha,
I disagree. I
that is
disagree with that.
unacceptable, and that is going down a race
So what is
line.
it? So what is it? So okay, so let's talk about it. No, let's talk about it. Talk
Okay.
about Albert Gomes then. So tell me, why is Albert Gomes not in any of our social studies books?
But you're shifting the goalpost now.
I'm
You're
not
shifting the
shifting the
goalpost.
goalpost. I'm
I
not.
am
Then we
talking,
talk about black people racist against white people.
Marsha.
No,
Marsha,
No,
Marsha,
it cannot be
that-
Answer my question. Answer
Marsha,
my question. Where is
Marsha,
Albert
they have
Gomes?
a
Gary
biases.
Mahabir
Where is
said,
Albert Gomes?
Gary Mahabir said, Gary Mahabir said Dr. Williams is a racist.
That is
No,
the
If
point
Gary
Marsha
Ma-
was making. That was the point Marsha was making.
I
when
did
she
not
talked
say
about
he
the
was a
information
racist, by the
report.
way.
I never said you said it. Gary
I
Mahabir
didn't say
said, Gary
Marsha
Mahabir
Walker.
stated
But notice
Dr.
I didn't
Williams
say
is a
that.
racist.
Marsha,
And what you should have done,
hold on one
Marsha,
second.
you should have corrected him. You should have
Marsha
corrected
brought
him.
that up.
Wait, I should have
And-
corrected him. I didn't
Yes,
even hear him
yes,
say it.
yes.
I didn't even hear him say it. I've been addressing Diana.
Okay,
for the whole
but
time.
that's why I
The whole
jumped
time
in.
right now.
That's why I jumped in.
I said, not
Because
time
the
to that
UN
again. I said,
and
Dr. Rowley
I'm going to get back to my
We can't even hear
UNC
Gary right now. We cannot
Gary,
even hear
one
Gary.
moment,
So let him
Gary,
correct
one
his
moment.
statement because he's apparently
Gary,
saying he
one
didn't say it.
moment, please. Okay,
That is the point
Anselm, you speak.
Marsha was making when she she
Gary,
was saying that the commission moved.
Gary, I need you to take a pause. 1 minute. Anselm, go ahead.
Okay. So the only reason why I jumped in, right, is because I felt that Gary was being very disingenuous in saying that Dr. Williams is a racist. That is
I
Marsha,
didn't hear
one
that,
moment.
and you're right. I don't
Well,
think we
okay.
should call anybody a racist.
okay.
Just
Marsha,
like
but
Diana
Marsha, you
said,
see,
so you should also
this is
correct
the-
Diana for saying Mahatma Gandhi was a racist. So
no,
you
no,
should
no, she
correct
asked the
Diana.
question.
So you should
But
correct
if I-
Diana.
No,
I said, I asked the question. Can we stay?
she asked a question, but Marsha,
No, she
let me
didn't ask
finish.
a question. She said Mahatma Gandhi was a racist, and I'm saying I
That
think
is
you
what
correct
that-
both.
Can
or
I
you
say?
correct
And I
none.
asked that question.
Wait, Diana.
Can I
I
say
think you
that?
correct
Diana.
both, or you correct
All
none.
right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, listen,
Go ahead.
listen up.
It's either we
Marsha,
decide we're not calling anybody a racist,
right,
or
Marsha,
We're talking about Trinidad and Tobago, who created the racial divide in the country.
I spoke about propaganda, using manipulation, using marketing, using repetitive marketing, using the right words, using twisting the facts. I have been speaking about that. So I spoke to Diana because Diana asked the question. Why are we so divided as a people?
Yep.
I showed her the history. Go back to the history. Albert Gomes, the history. He was the one that fought for Trinidad and Tobago. Yet the PNM has written him out of our history. He is nowhere to be found in our social studies books. He was sent to England like an outcast. He said, he laid his own character down and said the people of Trinidad and Tobago would not accept somebody of his hue as their first prime minister. And so because he fought for the people and he loved the people, and for him it was more important for our development than for his own personal gain, he stepped aside because he saw that there was a young, black, educated man who the people would have received more. Why is that story not put in our social studies books?
Top of
Why?
the hour, top of the hour.
Why is it not?
One moment, Miss Marsha. Top of the hour. Anselm, are you going to do the honors?
yeah. All right, we're going to go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the dark Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We'll be right back after this short message. Stick on, stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
All opinions and views expressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
It's in the village to the dark triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. I just wanted to quickly direct something. Marsha, I want you to read an article dated July 21st, July 2020. Dear editor, recalcitrant minority is an example of phrase abused to suit sinister agenda. Please read that. Because
Wait, well, hold up. So you want me to read something before you address something that I said?
Let me finish,
nah,
Marsha.
man. I'm
Marsha.
not going to be
One
part
minute.
of a show that
One
is
minute.
unfairly,
One minute.
that has an unfair balance. I'm not going to be part of it.
You
Plain and
see,
simple.
Marsha, you are a guest
But
here.
but you haven't addressed Albert Gomes, and
Marsha,
that he's not our social
you are
studies.
our guest, and it appears to us, appears to me, I would say me, that whenever something is a difficult question is posed to you, you want to pick up and run.
What is the difficult question?
You
I
wanna
answered
pick
the
up.
question.
All I'm saying,
Diana
all I'm
asked
said
the
to
question, why are we divided? Why are we divided?
But Marsha,
you answered the question
you
then.
said-
Why are you divided? So you answer the question if you don't like my answer,
Why-
because I'm
all
your
right, let
guest,
me
which means
answer
I
you.
get to answer the question.
Why are we
and I
divided?
answered it.
Okay, guys.
Let
If
me
you don't
answer the
like my
question.
answer, then what you should
1
do is
minute, Miss
answer it
Walker.
yourself.
Let me hear.
Let me answer the question. Why are we divided? The both political parties in Trinidad and Tobago have divided Trinidad and Tobago.
UNC was not around. UNC came around in 33 years though. So use facts. Use facts. The both parties. So you are saying that we were not divided. You are saying that we were not divided before UNC because UNC has only been around for 33 years. We've been independent for nearly 70. Again, your answers are not based on facts.
We are now more divided more than ever previously.
That is because PNM needs to divide because they have competition.
And you see, Marcia. So you are saying only the PNM divides and the UNC doesn't divide, right?
That's correct, I am saying that.
And that is
if you were to go back in history, and if you were to go back and use history, and you would go back and use, but you see, you're using your own opinions. Notice I'm not using my opinions. Huh? Notice that. Notice I am not using my opinion. I am using, because you have not addressed, where is Albert Gomes in the social studies book?
Marcia,
I am using history. I'm using history.
Where is Kwame Ture in the history of Trinidad and Tobago?
You tell me.
Oh, you see, there you go. You see, you want to talk about Albert Gomes.
But who took him out? Was he there? Are you saying that he was there for the first 30 years and only when UNC came into power he was removed? Are you saying that? Yes or no? Are you saying that? Yes or no? It's a simple yes or no question.
No, Marsha, this is not yes or no.
It's not a UNC reason, so it have nothing to do with UNC.
These are not yes or no answers.
With UNC, the country divided not because of UNC. UNC
Marsha,
come. Use data.
You may not want to agree with it, but I am a supporter of the PNM. I am a supporter of the PNM, and I can tell you,
it's obvious. It's very obvious.
Both parties
which is
have
why you
divided Trinidad and Tobago.
Because the PNM refuses to use data. They make statements that are baseless, that are factless, that have no data to support it. Okay. I have only used data. I have not used any of my opinion. And I've asked you a question which you cannot answer. And it's all about data.
What about Kwame Ture? Listen, all right.
But to answer the question, who removed him from history?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
But UNC didn't remove him from history. He was not in our social studies books.
And then UNC is that a guy into power? Is that the guy Eric Williams? Is that a guy Eric Williams declared persona non grata?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
But that doesn't mean to say it shouldn't be in our history.
So who did it? That
doesn't mean to say it shouldn't be in our history.
So wait. So who did it? UNC did it?
I never said UNC did it. I never said anything about UNC or
Basdia Pandey was the one that lifted that restriction over him, yes? When Basdia Pandey came as Prime Minister.
Thank you, Marcia. Stop using emotions. Stop using emotions and use facts.
But
stop using emotion and use facts.
But you said
no. But I understand what Ansem is saying. He's making the point. You spoke about Gomes, being erased, and he's also saying that the same thing happened to.
No, but the reason I spoke about Gomes is because Anselm brought up the issue of father of the nation and the checklist, etc. So that's why I went all the way back. That's the reason I went all the way back, because I am, contrary to his saying that I'm not answering questions, I am answering questions. I'm just not answering it the way he likes it, because then
no.
Because I'm using data.
No, that's
the
not me,
checklist
Marsha.
addressed the fact that Albert Gumbs was there fighting for the independence of our nation before Eric Williams. An inconvenient truth that PNM has left out of our social studies books. That's all I'm saying. And that was to go back to Diana asking, why are we divided? We are divided because the PNM knew they needed to divide and conquer. They knew they needed to do that. Had they not done that, they would never have developed the base to be able to be in power. It's that simple. And the data, history
Marsha,
is there to show it.
I still, Marsha, agree. I do agree with Ansem that, and I messaged Kirk Mayhew when he sent that to me, that the UNC should not go down that road, that tit-for-tat road of saying Eric Williams is not the father of the nation, just as much as I do not agree with people who say Kamal Prasad Bisesa is not the mother of the nation. He is the father of the nation.
Maybe we would have
so
to find out.
So is Eric Gary in Grenada, and the others all over the Caribbean post-independence. The first prime minister is the father of the nation. In here in Trinidad and Tobago, and anywhere in the region where you have a first woman prime minister, Mia Mottley is the mother of the nation of Barbados. She's first woman prime minister. Dame Eugenia Charles is the mother of the nation of Dominica. She's first woman prime minister. In Trinidad and Tobago, Keith Rowley should not be saying things like mother of the nation, so she say, and for an intelligent intellectual, he should not be so intellectually dishonest, and lack integrity in what he's saying. She is the mother of the nation. She's the first woman prime minister. And if PNM get a chance, they will switch that to say is what's the missing president? What's her name again? You see, I forget her name because
Paula May Weeks.
Paula May Weeks. Yeah. If they get a chance,
that's a good point, because they would very well do that.
Prime minister is the mother of the nation, and the first prime minister post-independence is the father of the nation.
So and if you're using that logic, then absolutely I could understand that.
I agree with him.
Again, once someone brings a fair, data-driven argument to me, and it's not just based on emotion and opinion, I could totally agree with why you're saying that. If you're saying it's purely based on first father, first male prime minister, first female prime minister, then absolutely cool. No argument from me there.
Spirited discussion tonight. We still friends, Miss Walker. I still want some curly hair like you. See, I'm trying to go that line.
Well, curly hair like me comes from you.
They call that good hair.
Good hair. When I was younger, I had
good hair, right?
I have good hair right here. When I was younger, I had long hair like that, but it got chopped up. But you see my hair, I'm still trying to grow it back like yours. But it's all right. We had a very spirited discussion here, and we're still friends. We're still Trinidadian, and I still a
listen, when you look at A&R Robinson, I don't have my history 100% here, but y'all can help me fill in the blanks. He had a brother, I believe, I think it was on PNM or whatnot. They used to have spirited discussions. If you remember, somebody go way back, right? Because this was even before he became president and whatnot. And one was NAR, one was, well, don't even know if it was NAR then, and one was PNM, and they fought and whatnot, and so, but this is where we have to be able to have debate. That's the parliament, theoretically. I mean, we are supposed to debate and push, and because it's only through that sort of debate where we push and we challenge each other that the country becomes better. Yep. It means that we are pushing through to get the right information. We're pushing through until the truth comes out. And that's what we want to be able to do, right? We don't want a situation where anybody who says differently to us, we shut them down, we hush them up, they can't say anything, because we need them to follow our narrative, our agenda, etc. So again, Marcia said something and I understand. And so I will say, okay, cool. I totally appreciate why the narrative of Eric Williams is not the father of the nation, I could see why that would be something to push back against. We will need to then go further and discuss, okay, so where's the place for Albert Gomes? What do we do about the fact that he's been removed from our history? Because it's very unfair when someone fights that hard. Just like how Marcia is saying, it's very possible that in several years, in 2-3 generations, Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the work that she's done for our nation may very well be erased if PNM is allowed to do the same thing that they were allowed to do with Albert Gomes, etc. Anybody that they seem to think they don't think is important, they just erase them from our history, regardless of the work that they've put in for our country. And that is not right. So okay, he's not the father. Albert Gomes is not the father of the nation. Eric Williams is the father of the nation. But what space do we give to Albert Gomes? And why has he been allowed to be removed from our history? Oh, is that a question that you're willing to answer?
Well, then, need to take, those are things that need to be taken up in the parliament.
I don't have enough information. That ball is in Anselm's court. He brought it up.
Yeah, well, this is what I would say. This is what I would say.
But that's, and the fact that you don't have enough information is, again, just to show you how deep that mind game of PNM goes. They have ensured that they, and the truth is they have played the race game. They have twisted it because they know that they cannot win on policy. They cannot win on policy. So when people talk about UNC PNM, notice nobody has responded to a lot of the facts that I've brought. Minimum wage was brought by the UNC. So PNM, thank God somebody broke this winning streak.
Well, if it's a fact, if it's a credible fact, it cannot be disputed.
UNC, right, but when the facts cannot be disputed, it means then that the headline that started it needs to be erased. Because when you talk about neither party or both parties, it's unfair. Because PNM, we were racially divided long before UNC came to the forefront. Long before. One can argue that the reason that it would be so heavy is because when you have no competition, then you can create it subtly. But once now you have a second party, you have to create a narrative that allows you to remain with the power. Because, again, let's go back to the history of the United National Congress. Go back to the first event. You had Black people on the stage. The founding members had Black people on the stage. So it was never only Indian. We never had a situation where Black people cannot be on the NATEX. And the name of the party, the reason for the name of the party was because there was a deep-seated desire to unite the country. And so you said,
so
okay,
Marsha.
And so you said, okay, African National Congress, Indian National Congress, let's put it together. Let's begin to divide. Let's begin to unite. The PNM knew that anytime races began to unite, that would be the end of the PNM. And so they have to continue to push and really push that narrative. And that is not healthy for our country. But again, we have people who are putting their own political ambitions ahead of the country. We have people who are, so let's talk email gate. Let's talk bananas. I'm happy to talk the hard conversations. Are you happy to talk the hard conversations with data and facts?
And of course, yellow cheese heads.
Oh, Lord.
Right?
No, yellow cheese.
Because there are a lot of narratives that are untrue.
Seriously, Ansem, no, Keith Rowley did refer to UNC supporters as yellow cheese heads.
And what about saffron flies? And what about saffron flies?
Marcia,
But
Marcia, again,
here's what is ironic about the whole banana thing. Here's what is ironic about the banana thing.
And
PNM put their supporters in gorilla suits.
I don't
Do you remember that?
the UNC PNM
Do you remember that skit?
Because
PNM put supporters in
One
gorilla
moment, Miss
suits.
Walker. One moment, Miss Walker. One moment.
UNC had a commercial. I don't want to go down the UNC PNM.
But PNM put supporters in gorilla suits.
Commercial with black people eating grass.
That is not true. PNM put supporters in gorilla suits.
But listen, you see, now Marsha is denying that UNC had a commercial with black people
PNM put
eating
their
grass.
supporters in gorilla suits.
Right? So she didn't see that commercial.
Put their supporters in gorilla
Marsha,
suits.
you didn't see that commercial.
Did you actually know? And I want to see. No, I want you to answer. Did PNM put their supporters in gorilla suits?
Marsha, hold on, Marsha. Marsha, hold on, Marsha. And I am taking responsibility for that. I am an African person, and I was the one who started the Meme Nation social blogging with the UNC when I came on the scene in 2015, and my conversations with Alan Karim, that the UNC responding to issues using lengthy missives, long letters. I said that's not the way people read the memes. And I was the one who created a meme that says on the PNM, eat salt. That meme was created by me. I was the one who created the meme with Africans eating grass. I did that. I, Marcia Braveboy, created that as an African person because I took the position that the PNM did not treat their own well, their own African people. And that meme that circulated, I don't know if the UNC used it in a commercial, but I am the creator of that meme. And I am telling you this, and I take responsibility for that meme as an African person and an onlooker from Grenada into Trinidad. I came here and I saw Port of Spain fenced with vagrants, 99% Africans. Some of them, about 3 of them could not be above 15, like children. I saw children vagrants. I saw that on the PNM, under Patrick Manning government. And I came in from Grenada. I speak of it because in Grenada, they speak about Eric Williams and the PNM as though that is a part of us. As though when we go to Trinidad, we have to vote PNM. I speak personally about this because of how they teach about PNM and Eric Williams in school, and how they pong it in her heads in Grenadian classrooms. So when I came here, I came with a certain authority, based on what happens back home, based on what I was taught in school about tourism and about PNM and about going to Trinidad and Eric Williams and the influence of Trinidad on Grenada and how we must be connected to the PNM. That was taught to us as children in school. So when I came here, when I came here and I saw Port of Spain fenced with vagrants, and I say 99% were Africans, because if there was an Indian, I just leave the 1% out just in case there was an Indian vagrant, right? I saw it with my own eyes, and the place was littered. And I said if Trinidadians travel, they would be surprised to know that there is no other country in the Caribbean, in the tourist resort Caribbean, where their GDP is mostly tourism. They would never see another Caribbean country so littered, and they will understand how nasty they are, and they are not in a position to call any of the OECS islanders backwards, right? Because no visitor is going to come back into your country if your house, they're not going to come back into your house if your house is nasty. And when I came, I saw Trinidad as a nasty place. Under the PNM, I saw this place littered. Under the PNM, the place was littered with vagrants and children vagrants, and all 99% were Africans. And I saved 1% just in case there was a Syrian vagrant, an Indian vagrant, or some other vagrant, a Chinese of some other race. But all that I saw were Africans. That is what I saw, right? To me, and I could not support the PNM just by getting that impression alone. It said something about the PNM and how they treat their own. And I created that meme that under the PNM, African people are left to eat grass, because to me, they were focusing more on the 1%, and they were not looking after their own. Who the 1%, they ride on the backs of Black people to get their vote. I sat with Professor John Laguerre, and he gave me the history of how the PNM is created. And based on what he said to me, I conclude that the PNM is owned by white Trinidad and Tobago. They just ride on the backs of blacks. So I say to them, I come in here, and Indians in Grenada do not see themselves as Indian people. They see themselves as African people. So I come here confused and puzzled and wondering why PNM supporters embrace white Trinidad and Tobago, but they do not embrace Indians. Why it is that Indians in this country see themselves as white or wanting to be white when in fact they are black. Indians are black people, whether they want to accept that or not. So I saw all these things that confused me, and I created that meme. I created that meme with African people sitting on the grass eating that. I Marcia Braveboy did that. I created that meme. So I just saying,
Okay.
Marcia, was that meme created for any party, or you just created and put it out there? Because it's my understanding.
I created it. I played a lead role in the social media team concerning the UNC, and I created
so that was created for the UNC.
I created it.
Can you answer the question about PNM?
One moment, Miss Marker. One moment.
Yeah,
I'm asking a question.
Hypocrisy boy.
I was left to operate on my own, more or less. Whether I work at Power 102, whether I work at CNC3 television, whether I work at I-95, wherever I go, people just leave me to work on my own. Right? But
so Marcia, that meme was created for the UNC.
I created it. I created that meme. And anybody who was against the PNM, whether they are UNC or not UNC, they circulated it. But I created that meme.
So it wasn't created for no particular person. It was just created and put out there. Because
yes.
I
it was
saw
created
it.
to tell what she saw. It was
I floated.
She thought.
I floated memes. And that was one of them. One where Faris was dressed as a Muslim. I created that meme, right? And I spoke about him being at whatever Iraqi with all these millions in rentals that he collects. He and his family going back all the way to Lenny Safe. I created that meme and put it out there. The one about Trinidadians only eating salt on the PNM, that's my meme. I created that. And just to name a few, and the one with the eating grass, I did that. And I floated it.
Now can we answer? Now can we answer, Anslam?
The memes with people with animals shitting down people's throats, I am anti those memes. I don't do that kind of work. That's not my kind of work.
All right, Ms. Walker.
Can we answer the fact that, can we speak about what your thoughts are that PNM, and this was at an official PNM political rally, so it's not even whether it's supporters.
That was unacceptable. It was unacceptable.
Okay, so then why it is we speak so often about race, but we seem to forget that PNM dressed their own supporters in gorilla suits.
Marsha, again.
But we have to be balanced. So you are saying you are a PNM supporter. You are saying you are a PNM supporter, but the PNM dressed their supporters.
Let him finish. Let him make his point, Marsha. Let him finish.
But I was very quiet for everybody's point.
So go ahead, Marsha.
So my point is,
so go ahead.
Again, and Marcia is going back to showing the psychology and how, Anselm, you are not even realizing that you would have been brainwashed from a child. So you are more angry.
No.
So you are more angry.
Marsha,
you can disagree.
Marsha,
you can keep your disagreement and answer.
Marsha,
you can keep your disagreement and answer.
You can say that's your opinion.
Your disagreement and answer after.
That's your opinion.
You can disagree after.
And your opinion is totally incorrect.
I'm
totally
going to leave
incorrect.
now.
I can say that to you now without fear or favor. And let me say this. Let me say this to you.
So I will leave now. Thank you very much, Diane, for having me. Thank you, Marcia. But I will not be interrupted. I gave Marcia her time, whether I agreed or not. I gave her time to finish her point.
So
then you can speak.
So go ahead, we're listening.
It goes back to how deep the brainwashing goes. And I appreciate that nobody wants to hear that they have fallen for repetitive marketing for social studies classes that are pro-PNM. So from the time you join primary school at 5 years old, pro-PNM messages are being pushed into your head. And you reach an adult and you speak for the last 20 minutes about UNC being racist when PNM has put you in a gorilla suit? So why don't you speak for 20 minutes about Keith Rowley hating black people, or Keith Rowley portraying black people as gorillas, or Keith Rowley not taking care of his strongholds? Why don't you speak for 20 minutes saying that the list of places that the US Embassy would have put out as non-travel areas, they were all PNM constituencies. Those were the hot spots. Why don't you speak about Keith Rowley watching our young girls fighting in school and calling them hyenas in an African jungle? Why don't you speak about the fact that none of our senior people in PNM, ask them, is Rowan Sinanon, Imbert? Let's talk about it. Why don't you use the last 25 minutes? Why didn't you use the last 25 minutes to speak about how unacceptable it is that PNM has totally eroded our history, that PNM has put their supporters in gorilla suits. PNM put their supporters, not just gorilla suits, sexually assaulting gorilla suits. And that was not a ground play. That meme, that play, that nothing didn't come from supporters. That came from the national executive of the People's National Movement. Keith Rowley was in attendance. That came from the highest order of the PNM. So whether you like it or not, you can say what you think, what you feel, but I am using evidence here tonight to show you that you are unfair, that you are unbalanced, that what you are speaking about a meme, you're speaking about race for the last however long, but you will not for the next hour say, you know what? Let's go through all the racist things that Keith Rowley would have done. And I'm not even talking about race, black against Indian, whatever, PNM against UNC. PNM against their own PNM. PNM against their own PNM. Because there is nothing worse. If you cannot take care of your own children, of your own home, of your own family, then I don't expect him to care for UNC. I don't expect Keith Rowley to have respect for our opposition leader. I don't expect Keith Rowley to take care of the Children's Association. I don't expect Keith Rowley to take care of citizens, because he has demonstrated that he cannot even take care of his own. So if, and as Marcia say, it's only in Trinidad that Indian and black and is taking different and African. Because we go anywhere else in the world and all of we dumped in a minority. All of we. Even the so-called white people in Trinidad and Tobago, all of we gonna be dumped in a minority when we reach the States. All of we. So we could put 100% and write minority when we talking race. All I want to talk about race is that.
However, Ms. Walker,
right?
however,
but we need to spend time addressing the fact that Keith Rowley put PNM supporters in a gorilla suit, in a sexually assaulting gorilla suit. We need to address the fact that PNM's constituencies, their safe seats, are the ones listed on the US Embassy's no travel zone. Address those facts. Let us address the facts of it. Let's don't go with emotion. Address the facts.
Maybe he didn't drink water that day and mind any business. But you know,
let me just say this, Dana. Let me say this. Let me say this, sir. Marsha says that I am brainwashed, right? Marsha, you don't know me, and I can tell you, you cannot. You could, because you have an opinion. You can have your opinion about who are brainwashed and who are not brainwashed. But I can say emphatically to you, Marsha Walker, that this little black boy from Chumaka, Clavantil, as far as being brainwashed is concerned, could never be brainwashed by any political party in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, Marsha Walker, I am the only person in Trinidad and Tobago today standing up for an abandoned building in Chumakat, Lavantil, that's been standing there since December 2011. And it's been 4 years under the UNC, and I never come and criticize the UNC for leaving that building in Chumaka, Claventil for 4 years, even though they did relocate the people who got burned out, and they relocate them to Oropun. I never criticized the UNC for that. What I did is I criticized the PNM.
But you still vote for the PNM.
You see, can I finish? Can I finish? You don't know who I vote for, by the way. You do not know who I vote for.
So you
do
support
not
the
know.
PNM, but you don't vote for them.
You do not know who I vote for. You can say what you want, Marsha.
You said you support the PNM.
Yes, of course I did. But you don't know who I vote for. And you cannot say who I vote for. You cannot. Okay? So it's my chance now. I am the only person in Trinidad and Tobago who have been critical of the PNM. As a matter of fact, this radio station, WZYE 95.9 FM, supported exiled and stranded citizens against the PNM. This radio station here, we took a stand against the PNM at this radio station. And not only that, the Workers' Bank building on Duncan Street in Port of Spain, I went to the PNM for the Laventon Wall Street Employment Center, and I have been critical of the PNM for that. So when you come here, Marsha Walker, you talk about facts now. You don't have your facts. So you want to come high and proper and feel it's you alone could come and talk the talk. You alone could talk. But let me finish now.
Who did you vote for?
Can I finish?
Because it makes no
Can
sense.
I finish?
It makes no sense.
You see now, you said you want to be your 20 minutes. Now I'm talking, you want to interrupt me. Now I'm talking, you want to interrupt me. You see, it's the same thing. The same thing you doing is the same thing you don't want me to do, right? And I am bringing to you now. You don't know who I vote for, all right? And you could say whatever you want. You don't. You don't know the things I'm doing in Trinidad and Tobago. So what you want to do is to lump me in the bucket with all them other people and say because he's a supporter of the PNM, he's like that. Marsha Walker, the wrong person you have. Wrong person. Wrong person. I have done so much thing in Trinidad and Tobago, sitting here in the United States of America, that you are absolutely clueless about. And it has nothing to do with UNC or PNM. As a matter of fact, Marsha Walker, there is UNC people who are supporters of the UNC, that this little black boy from Chumaka Claventil help them with computers, help them, and the UNC. I don't see UNC, I don't see PNM. Let me tell you right now. Go ask, this is the first time I will say this. Go ask God Christopher. Go ask God Christopher. Go ask him. But you see, Marsha, you think it's you alone is high and mighty and prim and proper. But no, Marsha. Marsha, other people, let me finish. Other people, Marsha, other people are doing things as well.
Out and bad, you vote for PNM then.
Other people are doing things as well.
Speak about me that you
Marsha, we live in the United States of America, and we do a lot to help Trinidad and Tobago. You know how much thing Diana Benskin does do? You know how much thing Guy Mabe does do? We just help more than some people who living in Trinidad and Tobago. Right? Living in Trinidad and Tobago. This has nothing to do with politics. I don't deal with politics. I help UNC people. I help PNM people. I help MSJ people. I help PDP people.
Anybody insult me?
You see, you're talking over me now. You see? Right? I didn't talk over you, but you talking over me.
You cannot come.
I didn't talk over you, but you talking over me.
I'm very sorry. I did not. I'm not doing that. Okay?
She says
it's not about talking over you.
You called
me prim and proper and this and that. Excuse you.
But but listen, you tell me you just say I'm brainwashed. You said I'm brainwashed. So wait now, you could call me brainwashed, and when I call you prim and proper, you upset. You call me brainwashed, and when I call you prim and proper, you upset.
And clearly you are upset. And clearly you are upset.
No, you call me brainwashed, and when I call you prim and proper, you upset. You don't like your medicine?
Let me put some snow cone on the fire and the fire.
You like your medicine?
Out of order.
I don't have water now. You want to call people brainwashed. You want to call people as you please because you feel you big bad Marsha Walker. And when they call you out, you don't like it. Do say like so.
Oh,
here we go.
She left. Oh, she
Let's
left.
Leave.
You chase.
No, let she go. Let she go. Where she go? What happened? You come here and call people brainwash, and when they call you prim and proper, you upset? Eh? If you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Who's Marsha Walker? Who the hell is Marsha Walker? Eh? Who's Marsha Walker? Well, she thinks it's them little people she's dealing with. I could get down and bad too. I could go like a Chumakanian too. What? Is she alone?
There's a person in the chat, Mr. Kenton Thomas. When I opened my mouth and spoke earlier, and I questioned and said, was Mahatma Gandhi be considered a racist? Here it states in an article, in a long article, last year a Gandhi statue was removed from a university campus in Ghana. Activists there in Malawi are using the hashtag Gandhi must fall. They're angry about his early writings. In 1903, when Gandhi was in South Africa, he wrote that white people there should be the predominating race. He also said black people are troublesome, very dirty, and live like animals. So when I talk about implying that he was a racist, watch yourself, boy. I'm well read here. All right, it's documented.
But Diana, let me say this. I'm glad she pick up she Georgie bundle and go. She come and she telling me I brainwash. When I call she prim and proper, she like it. She upset. She get upset. So go now. What happened?
Where she gone? Oh gosh, she gone.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Oh, sorry for your husband. Now, hope you have a peaceful night."
I sorry for no. Let me not say that. Let me not say that.
Raj V said so. I said so. Raj V said
so. No, but Marcia,
I'm surprised she's left. She left. She's a fierce boxer.
Marcia, I apologize. I listened to her. I listened to her discussion. I did not interrupt her. Right? When I started to call, she said, I am brainwashed. I brainwash? You know what I have done in order to come here and say he brainwashed? Eh? And as soon as you call prim and proper, which she is, she upset. She upset now. I get she, you know. I get she. Prim and proper.
And you brainwash.
And I brainwash. She prim and proper, I brainwash. But when I call you that, you upset now. And you pick up your gorgy bundle and go. So go now.
She take up her marbles and go on home.
You pick up your marbles and
go. Troy Smith says it's time for Titi to get back the face of the queen on our money. I don't know why.
Adrian said, why everyone can't have a conversation with this girl?
Yeah, she. And listen, and the thing about it, I say no here doing my work. I say I'm not coming in. Seriously. Because I had to correct my papers and I have all these papers. I say I'm not coming in. I'm not. I staying out. I say let Marcia Braveboy and them run this show. Right? And I listening. And I say, oh God. My head started to hurt me.
Pressure.
Right? Now, Marcia, I apologize for getting so emotional, but when you go say I brainwash and you don't know my track record, you are misinformed. There's been no one in Trinidad and Tobago and the United States of America have been more critical than the PNM and is a supporter of the PNM than me.
Yeah, I know you're an objective supporter because
no one. So when you come in and you talk about, oh, I come with facts. Okay, good. You come with facts. I come with facts too. Everything I said was factual.
Oh dear.
You know what I just be doing in Trinidad and Tobago? I support UNC people. I don't look at them and say, but you are UNC. I can't support you. I can't give you tablets because you are UNC.
Yep.
When I support them people, I say, all right, watch. That family is a UNC now.
But wait, no, but your best friend buy laptops the other day for his schools in his constituency 2 years after online school finished. Look, so that proactive thinking.
Yeah, very, very. He's in fact very consistent. He bought a boat to run from Toco to Tobago without building the port first. There's no port, and he bought the boat. Right? He's just consistent. Keith Crowley is just consistent with the way. He said he bought that boat to work between Toco and Tobago, and he ain't built the Toco port yet. So
anyway, tonight was a fiery night. I had a long day. Who you want to put down closing comments down, Angela?
The heat was hot tonight. Yeah.
But listen, and I make no apologies. Let me tell you right now, I make no apologies for my behavior tonight, because we have to stop this race thing. We have to stop it, because you want to come and make this thing look that way, and you in a party who the first checklist they put out is about Dr. Williams.
Actually,
and you Google it, they will tell you Dr. Williams is the father of the nation.
Actually, when they launched the checklist, it was only Indians, and this is a multicultural society where in media, at least in my training, I learned that in multicultural societies that your media house needs to be balanced in terms of the ethnicity of people that you employ. So I was surprised at the UNC. The checklist, I love the black and white concept, but I was not appreciative of them launching a newspaper like that in a multicultural society like Trinidad and Tobago with only Indian.
Look at it on the screen. Look at it on the screen. Look at it on the screen. Look at there. Look at right there. That is the evidence. And all they're talking about, coming and talking about who want to separate this and separate that. The evidence is there. She gone? Or she can't see this?
No.
She gone?
Yeah, she.
Look at there. Look. That's facts right there. But you see, they don't want to deal with them kind of thing. They don't want to deal with that. And they let's talk real. Let's all talk and let's talk. When you start to talk about these type of factual thing, they'll pick up the marbles and go home.
Well, I guess we ain't playing no more marble pitch in the village
I don't agree. I don't agree with that as much as I don't agree with Keith Rowley and others saying Kamala Prasad Bisesa is not the mother of the nation. That's in both cases, that is not
Marcia, I will agree that Kamala Prasad Bisesa, the first prime minister, is considered the mother of the nation.
Yeah, first woman prime,
First woman prime minister. You can't take that away. But why you want to say that, but you want to take away Dr. Williams as the father of the nation?
I don't agree with that at all.
Something wrong with that. And you know what? And when you bring that up now, all of a sudden, hey, I don't, you, everything is race and race. That's not race. That's facts.
And so who are we going to have to put the closing chat? I see Nuts Cake is here.
Nuts Cake come back?
Yeah. Since you come back, Nuts Cake, put closing comment in the chat. Ray Stout, something clean.
Hey, Ray Stout come back too?
Ray Stout is back.
Nadia Mungo, and she had closing comment. She said, "Blessed night, life is a miracle, and every breath we take is a gift from God. Bless you all."
Amen. Rajvi, since you get in so much trouble whole night,
Marcia, you come in tonight and this was a marathon, Marcia.
Yeah.
Marcia,
anytime I drop in, the thing that's turned the front.
Yeah, Marcia, you come in looking splendiferous and marvelous and fantabulous and all of that.
Thank you. But I covered an Anthem radio station, so I had to look the part, you know what I mean?
all of a sudden, there's all kind of bacchanal and confusion going on, but it's pressure.
Yeah, we have to go with our song, Pressure.
Lori and Marsha Walker, in my history of interviewing people, Lori and Marsha Walker is a pressure interview. That's a very tough interview. It's some in our industry will refer to her as an annoying interviewee, right? Some will refer to her as that. You really have that, right? In our industry, the industry codes and the industry terms, where you can't get your point across, more or less when she's talking. right? But I would personally say she is a tough interviewee. She's interesting, and she has a lot to say. She has a lot on her mind, and she wanted to get it out, and she did. She spoke for a long time.
But Marcia, though, it is very disappointing of her, right? That she's dishing out certain medicine, and when the medicine is handed over to her, she decides to pick up and run. I allowed her to speak and didn't interrupt her.
Yes, yeah. But she represents a political party. So if I had to just give her a tip, I will tell her to tone down a bit and allow other people to make their points.
Correct.
I will tell her to do
I
that.
sat here and I allow her to make her point.
Yeah.
And when I am making my point now, you want to talk over me. That means to say that you are trying to control the narrative and you want to be in control. And whenever you are not in control, right, you tend to feel like if you're losing. And then to me, it appears when you pick up and go, because she's been here before. This is not her first time here, right? But this discussion tonight got very tough.
She's very passionate. She's very passionate. I get that.
And tonight was tough. And you see, the one what really put it over the edge? That checklist one.
Yeah, she is.
The checklist put it over the edge for she, because she wanted to come and talk about Albert Gums, and Albert Gums is already in history and all this kind of thing. My party is really for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But
she's not an easy interviewee to deal with. I just have to be honest and say that she's not easy. That was a tough interviewee. Very, very
Raj, we already wish Fish Stick a happy birthday. How much more time is you going to tell him happy birthday?
Happy birthday to Fish Stick or Nuts Cake? Whose birthday is it?
I think it's both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah, but happy birthday, Fitch Nuts. All right, good. Everybody get happy birthday.
Now, I wanted to make a point.
Marcia, 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nuts Cake says she really overdo it.
Oh.
And I felt that being that she's a politician, she has to behave differently if she wants to be a politician in Trinidad and Tobago.
And associated with a major political party.
Yeah. That behavior is unbecoming of her.
I've never met her before. So yeah, she does need she needs cooling down.
Yeah. That behavior is unbecoming of her. That you want to be a politician in Trinidad and Tobago and that is your behavior? Nah.
Yeah. If Christian Amanpour gives you a hard question and she's promised she could get up and walk out too.
Yeah.
I was surprised she left the show. I was very surprised because she's tough.
But she's the first one. Rhoda Barrett walked off too. So.
Rhoda Barrett did it. But I mean she walked off after 2 hours, so that's not bad. No. She was on with us.
Okay, so what are you doing now?
I wanted to make a point about the third party politics. That's something I see emerging, and I know that it has been ushered in by the pandemic and the tough times. I have made a point. I was trying to make the point when Marsha was talking because she did make some good points, where she we talk about so many things that would have been different under a UNC Kamala Prasad Bisesha run government. And things that that you might agree with, and some because you were against the government keeping their citizens out of the country, as much as I think the whole country was against the government locking down the country and shutting down businesses after you closed the borders. There was no need to do that, right? And the UNC was saying, why are you shutting down businesses with the borders closed? And I totally disagreed with that. But the rippling effect of that, which is that people are still losing jobs. Businesses are still closing down. People can't recover. I mean, it's going to take, I don't have to be no economics expert to know that it will take a good 2 years for this country to catch itself from that decision Keith Rowley made. But what we see ushering in from that is a sort of a Eric Gary, con beef and cricks politics that happened in Grenada many years ago. Eric Gary is known for the Mongoose gang situation, right? But he's not known for his corn beef and cricks politics, where he is to like to give out cricks and corn beef, especially to senior citizens, right? So you see Watson Duke emerge with distributing bread. And then today, Philip Edward Alexander, with his pep party, say, you giving bread, I'm going to give sausage and cheese. You know that sausage thing that we don't know what the hell is in that. If it's grinded humans, if it's whatever it is, we don't know if it's the grinded dog penis. We don't know what the hell is in that. He say he giving out sausage and cheese, right, to go with the bread, right? So we seeing a sort of a corned beef and cricks politics emerging in the rise of the third parties, a sort of a cheap end politics that's ushered in with the pandemic and the hard times and the fact that people are still looking for food and for hampers and for work and for everything, and that is not good. That is not good. I say so to the third parties. If you're distributing hampers, you're distributing hampers. But this thing about bread, this thing's just looking, it's looking like rituals. It's not looking like anything sincere. If you want to give people hampers, you give people hampers. But why are you giving people a loaf of bread and this thing? What is that all about? So that reminds me of the Eric Gary days in Grenada and the corned beef and cricks politics. Fast forward many years later, a Grenadian business executive. Her name is Frances. What was her name again? Boy, she used to run the Coke factory. I can't remember her name. And she came out and she said, we don't want the corned beef and cricks tourist in Grenada. And I never forgot that. I never forgot that statement and how deep that runs, the deep meaning that has in the psyche and in the society and what it says, very similar to the eat a food politics and the eat a food statement, and you're eating a food. It's deep. It's very deep. When she came out and she said, we don't want the corned beef and cricks tourists, that was really something else. And here we have in Trinidad and Tobago, energy-rich Trinidad and Tobago, which is supposed to be the pride of the Caribbean, Mother Trinidad, that the OECS smaller islands look up to. Now they have to look up to Barbados. Now we have in our politics this thing with Watson Duke and the distribution of bread. And then Philip Alexander, he throwing salt in the wound and say, you could put sausage and cheese with our bread and give it out. That is a real cheaper end of the politics, to bring the politics there. And I really hope that they desist from doing that going forward. So I just wanted to make that point about the third party politics and this nonsense that I see emerging. Grenada don't even do that anymore. That was something that existed in the Eric Gary days. Corned beef and cricks politics is the same thing. There's bread and cheese and bread and sausage politics. It's the same thing. It's demeaning, it's belittling, and it's not good. So I just wanted to make that point.
Well, Marcia, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. And I'm sorry you had to join us in. I'm sorry you had to join us in this difficult guile, so to speak.
When you brought me on with Lori and Marsha Walker. I am not a heated person on broadcast media. I'm probably heated with my still posts, my Facebook posts. I probably come across hot there. But if I land in front of a television or radio, I take a different approach and a different style. So, but she's heated in front of the broadcast media. That is really something. So she is. That's good. That's good. I'm not condemning or criticizing it. The only problem is that she's affiliated with a major political party, so she will have to cool down. That's the only thing. But
I think that at some point in time you have to get stateswomanship.
Yes.
I put it that way. You have to be, and you should be going. Everybody's different, right? But in politics, when you want to get into politics, you have to have a kind of a, because if people start to brand you, when they start to brand you, it's difficult for them to remove that type of brand. Once people start to brand you. So, I mean, I think she's very energetic. I'm sure she's a hard worker.
Yeah,
and I'm sure
she's very passionate, and she makes for great entertainment in terms of media and so on. But if she wants to be in a position in the UNC, she's certainly going to have to make some adjustments.
Yeah, and to be taken seriously too as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean, and sometimes some of us can't take criticism well. We could give but sometimes we can't take, when it comes back at you, So, I wish her the best. I wish her that, she strives to be all she can be. And I wish her the best. I truly wish her the best. The only thing advice I would give her though is that I read the book Quick to Listen, Slow to Speak.
Yes.
I would read that book. That book would be very, very helpful. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and there's nothing wrong. I mean, I am one who has been slapped with a lot of criticism. The way I conducted myself across the social media platform. Some people branded me as interesting. Some people branded me as disgusting. And my position is, if somebody says something about you that you don't like, just change it. That's the way I see it.
well,
Just
Marcia, this is what I say, right? The only way you can change other people is to change yourself.
True.
I mean, trying to change other people, you are never ever going to change other people. So as an individual, and that's something I use in my life. If I think there is a problem with someone, I change myself.
Yeah.
Because I know I can't change that person or that individual. So let me just, so Marcia, Tommy, you still there?
I think it's just the two of us.
Yeah, I think it's just the two of us. So Marcia, my closing comments is simply, in the words of Martin Luther King, your life ends the day you remain silent about things that matter. And the other quote is that you don't have to see all the flights in the staircase. You only have to see the first flight. From where I said, this is it. The clock on the wall said, that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness.
And a very happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Not stick. Happy birthday to you.
And fish stick.
And fish stick. Oh, they both have a birthday today. Happy birthday to you, Nuts Cake and Fish Stick. Yeah, we still have up to midnight to go, so enjoy every moment. Give God thanks for life. That's important that we hear, and that we all could get to a place where we can enjoy the life, not just to give thanks for it, but to also enjoy it. In this time, my closing comment is, the world is a very hard place right now. We got licked up by fake, real, or imagined pandemic. And I say to people, take care of yourself. We have all the open spaces there, whether you want to go and sit by the sea and talk to your God or talk to the sea, you want to go by the river, you want to go in the forest, light a fire, cook a meal out there, whatever it is you want to do, regardless to how tough it is and what you are going through. Take good care of yourself. Bathe 5 times a day if you want to do that, right? If you go and sit by a stream of running water, and take river baths as often as you can, and just take good care of yourself, and don't worry about nothing. Don't study nothing, because our politicians are very happy with the stress that we are going through, and we also don't want to feed the demons pain and misery. It's just as how we feed God with praise and prayer. Demons are fed with praise and misery, so we don't want to feed them. So try to enjoy your life and just take good care of yourself, regardless to what you are going through. Ashe, ashe, ashe.
So, Marcia, thank you. I want to read some closing comments here in the chat. Nutskick says, we need to forget the past and do what's best for the youths. Thank you, Nutskick. Auric says, happy birthday to Fish Sticks and Nutskick, and may you all live to see many, many more with great health and strength. Let me see what else here. Daryl Supersat says, sweet dreams to everyone. Keep safe. One love to all TNT. Rajvi says, good night, everyone, and be safe. Don't matter what anyone says. Together we aspire, together we achieve. Trinidad first people, and we will succeed. Let me see what other closing comments we have. Ray Stell says, Aunt Slim, you got her pissed. She must go on and cry. That's why she left in such a hurry. She didn't want to cry in front of all you. Oh, God. Rennie Muhammad says, as always, we are all one people under the sun. We are all one people under the same sun. Peace and love to everyone. Lana says, closing comments to the ladies, be the woman who fixes another woman's crown without telling the world it was crooked. Love you all. Stay blessed. Eugene Julian says, closing comments, congratulations to Wall Street. You put Marcia in her place.
Marcia or
Marsha.
Marsha?
Marsha. Marsha.
Yeah.
Let me see what else here, Marcia. Nadia says, blessed night. Life is a miracle, and every breath we take is a gift from God. Bless you all. Ray Stell says, gosh, and some laugh out loud. She gone long time now. Okay. Rennie Mohammed says, tonight was very entertaining. Yeah. Marsha, before we go, let me play this before we go. Hold on, just before we go. And I'm going to play a song before we go, Marcia. One minute. Let me play this.
All opinions and views expressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
So, Marcia, we want to thank you so much. You acted as the soothing source in the mix. So we really appreciate you.
Thanks to Mama Oshun and her cool river, cool water.
Yeah. You really were a common soothing source tonight for us here in the village, and we appreciate that.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. Thanks for the confidence. A long time I haven't done this because my media colleagues, they wrote me off and things. So
no, Master. We don't write people. We lift people up. We inspire them for better tomorrow. That's what we do here.
Wonderful.
So again, thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you. Thanks a lot.
Take care. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. So, folks, we're going to go out with this song here by Lord Nelson. And to all of you, here it is.
After saving with customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual, I customize everything, like Marco's backpack.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child get cancer?